Okay. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Jonathan. We cannot hear you for some reason. No sound. There it is.
Oh, I have sound.
There he
Now the
is.
sound. Okay. Well, how are you? And how are everyone? Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone. Okay.
You went short S&P 500. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm actually shorting it. It's hanging around there, around my enterprise right now.
You know what? I'm just gonna go right into your chart. I wanna see that trade.
Yeah. So
Okay.
this is how the trade looks. And I'm gonna explain to you in a second because I'm gonna shift to the futures platform. But essentially, we pulled back to this previous consolidation here. This is the volume from the previous consolidation. And actually, if we look back here on the futures, I do have the huge volume cluster here. Well, we kind of can see it because this was also the accumulation, and there was quite a big volume right here in this area. We should be able to see it if I just add the volume. Also, right here, you see this huge candle? The huge volume candle that was popping up here, completely outstanding of everything else. On this candle,
Yeah, that's a big one.
Quite a massive volume accumulation. And the price actually did pull back to it from this side. So we see that this was the side that was holding it already before. And now at night, we did, open essentially below it. So I was sleeping. Otherwise, I would take this trade already here to the downside. But now we see that it pulled back there. I do hope it's going to hold. And we see, right? If I'm going to be expecting it, if it's going to hold this level, I'm going to expect it to go to 53.08, whereas 53.08 is a point of control of this whole consolidation here. So the massive point of control from the previous, like the middle of April, a couple of days, the price was standing here accumulating. I still am not aware what actually happened a second ago. But we see that in the chat, someone was saying that 245% by China on the US. So China did they just enforce more tariffs?
Okay, so I don't really know what happened. Can we like get some help from the chat maybe, because I can't really understand what happened here. I'm going through financial juice here and trying to get an understanding of what happened. We looked at the lower time frames. We saw that the S&P 500 started moving at 10:27 my time. I see that at around 10:20 we did have Iran's foreign minister talking about Tehran's right to enrichment and something about U.S. statement won't help with the nuclear talk. But that should not be a risk-on move. Okay, that should not be a risk-on move. So I'm not really seeing any events and any like that. It's a major move. This has to be. Maybe it's just technical. I don't know. But if we look at, so the S&P 500 moved to the upside. We got Bitcoin moving to the upside. Gold had a move to the downside. EUR USD had a move to the downside, which probably means that, let's see, if I look at the dollar currency index, we also have a move up on dollar currency index at the same time as we had a move up on the S&P 500. So
yeah, I'm actually expecting the USD to pull back from this level, but I do need to kind of know what happened, because if it's going to continue to go down on what happened just a second ago, then there is no point of entering this trade. Although it kind of does look nice on this entry point here.
Right, yeah. No, it's interesting movements, definitely. If anyone in the chat knows something that we don't know, then let us know. Gold is finding some resistance.
DXY kind of went up, but it's actually finding some resistance right now back at the same volume. So we see that it pulled back to the previous, this weekly point of control. It's almost reached the volume accumulation zone here. And right now, we potentially may start seeing the pullback to the downside back from the DXY, which actually would make sense with my euro futures, well, euro USD. Euro just pulled back as well to the weekly point of control. I do want to see some kind of rejection before entering this trade. So if, let's say, we go to the euro USD here, what do we see? We see the same thing, actually. It does pull back to the previous volume, so that kind of does look like a good trade, but again, let's see some reaction first, perhaps. Yeah, it's right at my entry zone right now. Come on, euro.
We're seeing in the chat, we're seeing it's a typical case of the gap being filled. And I mean, yeah, I would agree that what we're seeing right now is the gap being filled. That's what's happening right now. But the force at which it happened is surprising, because if we look at the gap from the beginning of the month, it did not close the gap that quickly with this type of candle, because literally it happened within a 250-minute candle. I mean, it happened within like 20 minutes. So usually you don't have a move on the S&P 500. It moved 1.6% in like 20 minutes. That is very unusual, even if you have a very clear gap to the upside. Now, gaps do usually get filled, but not that quickly. So when you have a move like that is not only being shown on the S&P 400, but it's across risk assets, then most likely it's not used a technical move. And what I mean with a technical move is that price hits support, and then you have buyers coming in, pushing price higher, you only based on technicals. But when you have that across different markets, it's most likely not based on technicals. It's most likely based on some type of fundamental reasons. But you can also have a move where you have a technical move on the S&P 500, and because of that move being strong, it kind of trickles down into other assets as well. People see the S&P 500 moving, and they are trading based on that. But it's definitely this is definitely a fundamentally driven move. Now, I can't say definitely, because obviously it's not nothing is definite in trading, but we have some news, right? So let's see if I can find.
Yeah, I still cannot find it, but I do agree.
Okay, so I have it here. I have it here. It's so apparently China says that they're open to talks if Trump shows respect and names a point person, whatever that means. And with that announcement came out right before this move. So if I open up the website, I will show you what I mean here. So this is a good, obviously quite good website to keep tracking. So you can see here, it says right here up at the bottom, you have the need to know market risk, and this is timed in ET, which is Eastern time, I believe. I have no idea what that is in our time. But if we click this one, we will see that I will switch over to another tab. And that's this one, where you see where it says China is open to talks, and that was the need to, and you see that news came out right here. And that was a move on the dollar, the S&P 500. We got oil here, and also the US 10-year bonds. So obviously that was the news that drove price action. So yeah, it's a fundamentally driven news, and it's a risk-on move, most likely. It's funny, though, that the S&P 500 moves up at the same time as the dollar moves up. I guess people are thinking that this is good, and this is good for the dollar, and it's good for risk as well. So the fact that China comes out and says that they're open to talks is obviously a good thing for investors. So that now we know what happened today.
Well, it's crazy that it did push the market so much. Like in a matter of just minutes, it's not something that is okay. They are open, but they didn't. They just said they're open to talk. Nothing happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but also this whole environment that we're seeing here is basically based on the Trump tariffs, and especially the 125% tariffs on China.
Yeah.
So and then China increasing tariffs. So this whole move to downside and the whole reason why we are seeing this bearish pressure on the S&P 500. I mean, if we zoom out here, what we see is a very clear resistance level here on the high time frames for the S&P 500 at 5,500 resistance, right on the 0.702 fib level as well. So it's a very clear technical level. Had a gap down today, and this whole move, like this whole structure, is basically based on Trump and the tariffs. So news around that would, of course, move price heavily because everyone's focusing on that. That's what everyone is thinking about. You mean you read the news? It's all about the tariffs. But yeah. You know what? Like there's always someone, like this is interesting because Henry has a comment like inside trading, and we're all laughing about that. But you know what? Like there are people who knew about this. I mean, obviously, someone is announcing this, and someone knew that the announcement was going to happen. Someone planned this announcement. I mean, there has to be. I mean, okay, so I'm not like. Wouldn't you guys do that? I mean, you guys watching, like, if no one would ever know. You're working with the president, you're working close to whatever person in China announced this, and you're like, wait a minute, this is going to move the markets. Like, wouldn't you wouldn't you just go in and open a long position? Like, don't tell me you wouldn't. Like, a lot of people would, and there has to be some people doing that. Like, there has to be. If you have information that like this is going to move the markets, surely there will be some people playing on that.
And this is just confirmation of it, is that usually before something like this happens, even if it's unannounced, it's not planned, right? It's not planned ahead. It's something out of the blue happening. Usually the price actually consolidates before that happened. And then you expect the move, and the move that you expect finally happens when something like this pops up out of nowhere. So usually this is just a confirmation of how the positions have been accumulated, the big positions, and then when the news come out, they just drive like a fuel for the deliver the price where it's supposed to go. But it's like I'm 100% sure how much money. Imagine how much money Trump's family made in the last 2 months, just on the market moves. 100,000% that they knew when the prices, when they're going to be announcing it, right, where the prices are going to go. And there is even a video going around the internet. I don't know if you saw it, Jonatan, and you guys, but there is a video where Trump is congratulating essentially people who made like X amount of money in his office. So one guy made like a 5 million, another made like $200 million in a couple of days when the tariffs came out.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, we know that there's a lot of there's a lot of trading in Congress. I mean, someone mentioned Nancy Pelosi, and we know that she's been doing quite a lot of trading. You can actually track the Congress members' portfolios, and they've been trading quite heavily. I mean, like, for example, selling Nvidia stock before announcing a regulation on chip manufacturing and things like that. So we know that there's a lot of inside trading going on in the U.S. government. That's just not a conspiracy theory. It's they have to actually they had to actually account for all of that. So the numbers are there, right? And Yeah, why wouldn't they be doing the same within the Trump family or the Trump administration, right? And it's interesting that he tweeted, or he came out with a recommendation of banning Congress members from trading and buying stocks and equities, which is funny because he launched a meme coin, and his son is just all over the crypto space, and obviously making a lot of money by making these announcements. And then like Trump comes out and says like now's a good time to buy, and then he comes out with the idea that they're gonna limit some of the tariffs. So yeah, it's quite weird, because we're here and we're working our asses off to really make money trading, and then you have people just illegally doing inside trading, which is just absolutely insane. The fact that they're able to do that completely legally is definitely problematic. Definitely problematic. And just like you said,
it's legal or not legal, that's a different question. But when you are president of United States, a lot of things become legal, I guess.
yeah, I guess it becomes. But Congress members, they trade. They trade completely legal. It's not illegal for a member of Congress to be trading, and maybe they're trading. Someone else is trading for them. Like, I mean, Nancy's husband is probably have an account, right? Yeah, it's crazy. And it's funny, you talked about how price is consolidating before an announcement like this. Why didn't it happen here? Why did it have to happen right on support, like right on technical support? So it's interesting that these news events and these major announcements, they usually come at support or resistance levels. But yeah, so I think what we're seeing right now is on the S&P 400, we're obviously in a range-bound structure here. We're in a range-bound structure on Bitcoin as well. Looking at gold, we broke out of the range yesterday, and we're somewhat respecting the fib levels. If you go out to the daily, you can see this fib that I got on here with the extension. So it kind of respected these fib levels quite well. It did respect the minus 0.236 right here. That was the breakout level, and now we're kind of perhaps using this 0.382 as some type of support, but it looks like it wants to continue this move to the upside. It's looking very, very strong. And then we have EUR USD also within this range.
I did actually buy it. I did buy EUR USD, where
Oh, you did?
I was showing that it was pulling back.
Nice.
So it did come back to my volume. Yeah, it's right there essentially. So
you bought it. You bought this now.
Yeah, I bought it now.
Okay, can we look at that?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm gonna switch to my screen. So wait. So my entries are 490, which is when it started to pull back. I was waiting until it's closing above this level. So we had a really nice level here. You have 490 as one entry, and the next one is 570. So right here when the price started to go. So I had two entries right here, and I want the price to go and renew at least this previous high. Although this range that you have marked up actually does look really good. So maybe I can extend it until 14,050 at least, something, because the majority of the volume is below, right? We can see there is literally nothing above. The price has been just consolidating. So my target is here on the renewal on the high, but maybe I can wait until a little bit longer. Let's see.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we break the range highs here for EU, like go above the 1.14400 level or something like that, around that area, then it's pretty much a clear space up to that 1.16 level. So a break above these highs might mean a big breakout for EUR USD. We do have retail sales coming out later in the day. Not sure if that is like that. Not sure how important that is in current conditions, but it might act as a catalyst to take us higher or lower.
Yeah, I'm gonna show actually S&P 500 just a second. I do need to switch to my futures in a moment when it starts working. I'll give it to you for a second, and because my futures platform, I swear, for the Fiverr streams, I'm gonna upgrade my tech, and I'm finally gonna get myself a PC, like a good PC, so I
Nice.
can show you guys.
I love it. Awesome.
Futures, yeah. So you're gonna be my motivation to get it finally.
Awesome. Get a PC, get a nice little microphone and everything, and you're gonna be having your own little cool streaming
Studio.
setup. So I told you guys about a gold trade that my EA got activated on here yesterday, and I said like, oh, this is probably a bad trade, right? But it actually turned out to be quite well. So this is the I'm going to show you the I'm going to go over to MetaTrader here, and I will show you. So this is the MetaTrader setup that I have with the EAs. You can currently see here that I have NAS 100. They got a gold on the 30 minutes, gold on the 50-minute up here, and then GBP, JPY, and Euro JPY on the 1 hour. So running different EAs on all of these pairs, and you can see here on the first trade yesterday, the first official trade on. As you can see, it has a lot of canceled trade here because it's the way it works. It's only trading, only able to have entry orders during certain hour of the day, and based on if it's a breakout. Most of these are breakout systems. So if the range is changing, then it's changing the orders because based on that range. But this is the first trade, and it's a successful one, and I'm up right now like 0.6% on this bootcamp challenge. And what's amazing here is like it's completely automated. I don't have to do anything. I'm just monitoring this on a daily basis, and so far it seems to be working quite well. And if this works, I will be applying this to the Hypergrowth program as well. And I'm also going to start running this on my private. My personal account as well. The only issue is like this is on MT5 and I have MT4 on Oanda, so I have to I have to like recode everything for MT4. But I can also use a copy trader.
Doesn't Oanda has the MT5 as well?
Maybe it has. Maybe it has.
They should be able to just move your account on the MT5.
M76 baby says get a PC with good RAM. I am actually getting a PC with 130 gigs of RAM.
No, he's saying this to me.
Oh, okay, saying to you, yeah, okay. Well, let's get it. Yeah, I guess.
Are those your EAs?
Yeah.
You programmed that?
Yeah, well, not well. Yeah, kind of.
Oh,
would be crazy. Kind of.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So I have a couple of softwares, running, looking for. I'm using machine learning to try like millions of different combinations of trading systems, and then it's giving me the combinations that work. And these EAs are actually forward tested and back tested using like very advanced robustness tests. So these should be, I mean, all of these EAs has shown to be profitable since the earliest price for most of these assets, which is around like the 1970s. And it's been tested on out of sample data, which means it's tested on price action that it's not been created on. And then it is passing like Monte Carlo simulations and everything, so it's quite robust. So hopefully it works in the conditions we are in right now as well.
Oh, that's crazy. I've got no idea how about programming, so this always looks for me like a Chinese language, but it's really, really impressive.
Yeah, it's thank you. It's pretty cool. I'm not a coder. I'm not a programmer, but I've bought several different softwares that is doing the like exploring the different ideas for me, and then I'm also using AI to help refine the code. So actually, I don't know I don't know how to code anything. Like I'm a completely newbie when it comes to coding, but with different softwares and with the help of AI, you can create this. It's not easy, and the software costs like 5K. So it's expensive. It's not easy, and it takes a lot of time. But you don't really have to code today. You have EAs coding for you, basically.
Wow.
I think that's the future of trading. Like integrating AI into your trading, that's the future of trading. If you're not using AI in your trading, I think you're definitely missing out. And the idea of trying to automate things is really, really cool.
I'm gonna reach out to you about that.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about that in private. The thing is, like, I like sharing these results in the live stream to kind of motivate people to go down the same route. But of course, this is not something that I'm going to be able to share because, I mean, I can share my trading system, but sharing proprietary information about algorithms is like just giving away something that you've worked on for a long time. And obviously, the more people working on it, the edge will deteriorate. So the more people trading these systems, the less profitable it will become. And if you find something where you're basically able to make money automatically, make money in your sleep, that's not something you give away. But you can give away the idea for people to find their own ways of creating these algorithms.
100%. The idea itself, right, and the motivation that right now you actually can do it with the help of the systems that are existing right now and get developed every single day with AIs and everything with AIs. So this is insane. Just even for the person who've never thought about this should be able to be like a mind-opening experience, so you can do things differently now than we've been doing for the past 10 years,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with the ChatGPT, for example, you can go in and you can basically say to ChatGPT, like, okay, I did that in yesterday's live stream. I went in and I created a trading view strategy that bought and sold based on EMA crossover, and it took me 5 minutes. It took me 5 minutes to write it in ChatGPT and then just copy the code into trading view, and there you had a system that was actually somewhat profitable. The ChatGPT can also code MT4 and MT5 EAs, so you can code a strategy within TradingView just asking ChatGPT, and then you can also, like, if you find something that's profitable, ask it to code it into MetaTrader, and then you can backtest it into MetaTrader, and then go back and forth. It takes a lot of time, but it is possible. It's actually really, really, really good. Cool. Okay, I see that you have your futures platform up.
No, this is MetaTrader. This is MetaTrader. I'm gonna show this trade on the EUR USD that I'm in right now. So this is EU that is running, and this is where I took my trades. So it was on the based on the volume profile indeed. So someone was asking. We see those two entries here, and this is purely based on the volume profile, because right here, well, I don't have it on MetaTrader, so I'm gonna switch back to the trading view. But right here we had a lot of volume accumulation. And that's essentially, I extended my take profit a little bit to 960, so I'm still expecting it to renew the previous high, because if you look at the 30-minute time frame, that was a perfect rejection, right? This is a perfect week, and it's right now moving up. So this is EU, not S&P 500 on the futures, because this one is still lagging based on the screen. But I'm gonna show my other screen right now. And I'm gonna, because someone was asking about their volume profile as well in the chat. World King #1 top. Cool nickname. So this is based on purely the volume. We had the volume, we had the point of control of the week right here. So this is the system that I trade manually, right? So this is a point of control of the week at the level of 34.80, the blue line. And the other one, the developing point of control, the thin blue line, the dotted blue line, is also the weekly, but developing point of control, how liquidity moves. And here we had it above the price, and it's been acting as a resistance. So we see that it's been moving down, which means that the majority of the market players were actually selling. So this is where they were selling. This is where the price was due to their shorts. And now today it shifted. So the developing point of control of the week finally did go below the price. You can kind of compare it to EMA, but obviously it's a different tool. It's a different kind of calculation, right? So EMA is based on something else, and the developing point of control is based on something else. But the principle is the same. It did shift with the price, and right now the price is up. So because if it's below, it can mean for us that the big market players are entering longs, and because of their longs, the price is going up because it shows where the majority of the volume is traded at the current level, and it moves together with the price. So it shows a dynamic change in the volume distribution. So this is my view on EUR USD, and it's running. So hopefully we can at least go slightly higher. That would be great. You guys are asking about NZD USD. I haven't looked at it, to be honest with you, but let's see it together. Well, just obviously like a rest since the beginning of April, we are going up since dollar is diving on tariffs, but here we had a couple of interesting levels as well. We did break this one, and I believe we are going higher here. So if I look at the just perspective on the daily time frame, I think NZD USD is going up. Vikram was asking.
Yeah, I think NZD USD is definitely looking strong. I want to share my screen because I had a trade here on NZD USD yesterday. So I'm going to show you guys. I entered this during the stream yesterday. We had a sort of a pennant formation here where we entered on the breakout, and it almost came up and took out that TP. So the measured move, obviously from that low to that high, and then you extend that one, you double that one, and you get this target. Almost hit that TP, but I managed to get out around this area. So yeah, interesting move on NZD USD yesterday. And I remember saying on the daily, because we broke above this high time frame level right here, we are somewhat bullish on the high time frames. There's a lot of strength here on the high time frames, and we had that retest right here on the 4 hour. Nice bullish candle on 4 hours as well. What I'm a little bit worried about on the high time frames is, I mean, this is a good support, but if we also take this price action into account, the area becomes bigger, and to connect these daily candle bodies, we see that we are currently testing that resistance right now. So what I'd like to see for NZD USD is to continue a bit higher, maybe test these highs, so continue up here, and then either break out or come down for a break and retest, something like that. Because right now I feel like we might actually see an uptrend here, and then we break that uptrend, and this area kind of becomes a bearish retest, and we might see something like that. So I'd like to see more bullish price action coming in here on NZD USD before potentially going long. But if we do see that, a bigger breakout, then there's a lot of good targets much higher.
Oh, I was able to pull up my futures platform finally.
Nice. All right, let's take a look at that. I'll take a quick 1 minute break. I'll be back in just a bit.
Yeah. So, and we guys are gonna talk about there we go. Yeah. So this is S&P 500. Finally, I was able to show you guys. This is S&P 500 that I was shorting, and I'm still shorting. So we see that what I was interested in is this huge cluster of the volume here that was formed on the 11th of April. For those of you who are from the beginning of the stream, I did show it on TradingView, but on TradingView, you can only see it kind of is just a normal vertical volume indicator. Now on the futures platform, I actually do have this specific thing that searches the volume clusters for me. And this is another one. So we see that the price tested the upper volume here from the previous day. So this is just yesterday created on the market closure. We see that it opened with a gap today, and the price did go down below the volume which was created on 11th of April. So hold this zone between the 54.28 and 53.29 is the rejection zone. So as long as we can hold below this, I'm going to be good, and I'm going to continue to short the S&P 500 towards the previous volume here, which is also the cluster volume, but also the point of control of this whole consolidation. So this is the reason I'm shorting S&P 500 now, is because of these huge clusters of volume. And no clue why did it pull. Well, I mean, it pulled back like we figured out based on their Chinese willingness to come to the middle ground with US if Trump is going to quote unquote behave. But it did pull back nicely towards the previous volumes. And this just connects with what we talked about with Jonathan at the beginning of the stream, that volume is what? Volume is the pending orders, right? The pending orders and the traded orders already executed earlier. So if you think about it this way, that, well, I mean, then you will be able to connect the dots and say that, okay, on the news, price usually goes back and retests the volume. And this essentially means that news are just a driver to deliver the price to the liquidity of the big market players. Okay, so this is what we see here happening as well. I do see a lot of questions from you guys in the chat, so let me switch to TradingView and let's have a look at a couple of others. Other assets that you want to look at. I saw someone was asking about oil, so let's start with oil perhaps. Where was that? And the USD we had a look at here. Martin was asking about oil. For me, to be honest with you, well, oil took a big hit on tariffs, and it did take a big hit because OPEC actually agreed to extend the production. So altogether came down to lowering oil prices. And right now oil is inside of this range. I don't really see, any trades here, because fundamentally, just from the perspective of OPEC and Trump's policies, we should be able to see oil getting stuck around this level. So I don't really see oil going any higher, to be honest with you, fundamentally. Practically and technically, we are above the volumes. So you can highlight it this way. And perhaps the risky idea would be to try to buy it here when it's back in the volumes, to the end of the range and to the end of this highs. Maybe this would be, let's say, with a good entry point, approximately 80 to 120 ticks. But it would be risky because you would be buying in the middle of the range, right? You would just be trying to get. Trying to hope that the price is going to bounce back from there. But to be honest with you, I don't really see anything on oil right now. Like a good trade, a good quality trade, I don't see here. Hence why I'm not going to be trading it until we get out of this. If fundamentally we're going to continue to go down, the best possible setup that I can see here for myself is breaking out of this range above here. So let's bring back the zone. Breaking out of this range to the downside, and then on the retest, shorting it like this. I think this would be really good. This looks really good, decent. So that's something that I would expect. Inside of this range, you could try to buy it back to the end of the range, but again, it kind of carries a lot of risk, so I wouldn't do it necessarily. Okay. Guys. Okay, let's we have a lot of questions about the chart.
Yeah.
We do have.
Where are we starting? Let's see.
I started from oil. Martin was asking about oil, but I don't really see anything here because we are just ranging. So that wouldn't that is not a high probability setup for me.
NZD JPY, have we looked at this one?
No. Tuha, good to see you. We've known each other for a good, what is it, 6 years?
Oh, really? Awesome.
Yeah, so NZD/USD is well, normally I'm looking for the long here, right? So this is just from the high perspective. You can see that the structure is definitely bullish, and I think we are going higher on NZD/USD at least to renew the previous highs on the 4 hours. This is the next volume, 85-100, maybe higher, but let's say to renew the previous highs would be good. This is from the current levels, I think about 70 pips still. And we see the beautiful rejection also on the 4-hour time frame. The great rejection here. But the thing is that we are kind of getting close to this previous consolidation on top. So it's getting squeezed in between two volumes, and we see the reaction here actually on the same volume as well. So I don't really see any good opportunity for NZD JPY right now. Perhaps if it starts breaking somewhere outside, otherwise I think we're gonna get stuck here. What do you think, Jonathan?
Yeah, so I can look at NZD JPY here. I think looking at the daily, we have obviously had a big move to the downside here, and we've reclaimed an important level here. And what I'm looking at is why I think this is important is because of the reaction here and then the reaction here. So the fact that we reclaimed that level, or we're trading above that level, is something that I view as fairly bullish. But then we have the overall trend is obviously bearish. If you look at like that trend line area, and then you have resistance around here. So we're getting into high time frame resistance on the daily. So if we go down to, let's say, the 1 hour, I think what we're seeing right now is, let's see, we got one level around here, and then we're testing a current area here. So I think we have that would also be that high time frame resistance. What I'm viewing here is two levels of interest, and they're not very clear because price is quite choppy here. But increase that one a little bit, somewhere maybe here. Okay, so this is a difficult one because I see this trend as this being a clear trend with higher highs and higher lows, and it has a decent structure. And then we obviously broke below that one. So we created a lower low. But we're also reclaiming that level. So let's look at the 15 minute. Okay, we're reclaiming this level here on the 15 minute. But there's definitely some strength here on the lower time frames. So let's look at the 5 minute. Yeah, this move, we see the same move as the S&P 500. Okay, so on the 1 minute, we might be able to get something like this where you're getting, yeah, something like that, right? Where you see price comes down, hits that level, and then it continues to the upside. I think the move is gone. If you would want to trade this, I think this would have been a trade. Like a one hour something like that.
I agree with you. I had also the entry there, well, looking backwards, right? Because I don't trade NZD JPY, but I think it's gone. Because I have the same two zones. I might look at it a little different because for me it's still bullish, not bearish trend, but I think the same two zones as you have on your screen is something that, maybe that NZD JPY is going to get stuck in.
And it looks like we could potentially also see this as a bull flag with this being the flagpole, but I think that's a big, I don't know, that's a big if, but it would make sense. And then the fact that we're breaking above this upper area would be a breakout, and then it's probably going to test these highs. So yeah, that would have been a good low time frame trade, but the opportunity here is most likely gone. We got one here. Let me see. Let's go back up, see if we have any more questions here. So that was the previous one. We have a lot of people asking about gold. So let's cover gold quickly. So looking at gold, we have. Okay, so the fib levels you see here are the fib levels based on this daily fib, and they're also visible here on the lower time frames. So if you're looking to buy gold, I mean, I remember yesterday I said, you know, if you're looking to buy gold here, you're probably better off buying gold here, but then it broke out. So it's gold is just in a place where. So I remember. So yesterday I was reading that book, the by how is it Howard? I think it's Howard Marks, the Mastering the Market Cycles, and he talked about how when something is breaking out, it's when the market is, you know, getting close to a general top, the sentiment is usually that people don't think about risk the same way. It's like they're thinking, okay, where can I buy gold? Where can I buy gold? And everyone's thinking about buying gold because it's in such a strong uptrend and it just keeps breaking resistance and it's breaking out. And we view risk differently. We are able to maybe put in a little bit more risk. We want to maybe risk a little bit more on an asset like gold. But if we flip this like that, if you see a downtrend like this, you have a completely different view of risk. Now you're thinking, how much will I lose on this trade if I buy here? And then if you look at a chart like this, you would think, how much money will I make if I buy here? And here's like, how much money will I lose? And you have to flip that around, because when the market is in a downtrend, that's the time to be aggressive. And when the market is in an uptrend, that's or when it has a parabolic uptrend like this, and gold has been on this move for such a long time, now is the time to be a little bit more cautious, because yes, there's upside potential. Go out on a weekly, there's more upside potential, but I mean, come on, this is insane. This is a big move. It's the downside risk. You look at the cycles for gold, almost had Bitcoin, but it's very similar. The downside risk for gold when you reach a peak is obviously much worse than the upside potential. So we have to flip that idea. Instead of thinking, where can I buy gold? We have to be a little bit more risk averse, because honestly, where should you have bought gold? Well, you should have bought gold here. And you probably thought that when gold broke this level, we've been watching gold testing this level over and over again from 2020, and then we finally broke out 4 years later. So gold was just testing this level over and over again for 4 years, and then it breaks out, and people are like, well, it's probably a fake out, it's probably gonna get back to the range. But when very few people are looking to buy gold, that's when you want to be aggressive in your buying. When everyone wants to be buying gold, you want to be cautious. So right now we are in a scenario where most people are looking to buy gold. Everyone wants to get in on this hype, and it's almost like we're entering a. I'm not going to say it's a bubble, but it's starting to feel like people only think that the price of gold can continue higher, and they're ignoring the risks, and that is a hallmark, sign for a bubble. When people only want to be buying and they think it's only upside potential and there's no risk associated with buying the asset, that's very much a bubble. So yes, I think we'll continue higher, but I I think the downside risk here for gold is much greater than the upside potential. So I think what we have to do here is we have to manage risk very carefully. And looking at these levels, these are a great way to actually manage risk. So for example, you have gold is currently, when gold is breaking out, it tends to, that breakout tends to be continue to the upside. But then you have breakouts like this one, you broke that level, it's a fake out. So what you have to do is you have to be very careful with the with managing a risk. So my EA, for example, bought here, and it had stops somewhere around that level, and I think that's a good trade, right? So if gold breaks out and it continues, you don't want to be buying when the breakout has already happened. You want to be buying when the breakout is showing signs of confirmation, which would be on like that 1 hour candle close, or maybe this one. Obviously, I was sleeping at that time and I missed the breakout. If we're going to be buying here, we have to be able to make sure that we can manage the risk. So let's assume I entered market on gold right here. Like where do I want to have my stop loss? Well, for me, I want to be below the last swing point, and the last swing point is down here. So now we got to ask yourself, what's the risk to reward of holding this? I think, a move up to 3,380 or around the minus 0.618 is somewhat likely if this breakout is going to continue, but that's a negative risk to reward. What if we instead do this? What if price starts consolidating on the lower time frames and we form a range like this? And then we can wait for the break above that range highs and stops maybe below range EQ or range lows. Now this trade at least becomes a positive risk to reward. So technical analysis is the best use case for technical analysis is basically to find levels to manage your risk based on. And we're not really seeing any clear levels like that right now. What's up, Griff? Welcome. How's it going? Hope you're enjoying the show. So that's gold. Okay, so if we have to buy gold, okay, so if we have to buy gold within, let's say, the next 24 hours, how would we do that? So what I want to do is I want to look at the behavior of price action within the previous range, and then the behavior of the current breakout. So we had the massive breakout happening, not really massive breakout, but this breakout started, let's say it started here and then up here. And we had clear higher highs and higher lows. And then we started forming clear equal highs and equal lows. And I think when we start to see equal highs and equal lows appearing, that might be the sign of starting to look at either a new breakout trade or a maybe shorter downside. So the trend that we're seeing started here, and it could potentially end here. And then this would be like the lows, and that would be the highs. So we could be creating a range here. So that would be a low time frame range. And then we have to determine where are the entry and exit points within this range. And I would say if we have a break above these highs, we could use the range EQ as our level to manage risk, and then the minus 0.618 would be our target. So this would potentially be a trade that I'm looking to take. But the fact is, we zoom out, we look at the weekly once again, and this is a parabolic trend where the trend lines, if you add trend lines on this trend, they're getting steeper and steeper and steeper. And now we're almost at a 90 degrees trend line. We're basically, if it's going to continue like this, it's probably going to start moving backwards, right? So it's insanely parabolic at this point. So there's a lot of risk associated with getting in on gold right now. But if you can manage risk accordingly, this is a good risk to reward. Risk small, and be happy with whatever you're getting on a trade like this. That's my view on gold.
I agree with you. I'm going to switch to my screen for a second. I agree with you that it's a lot of risks on gold, because obviously the asset has been moving in one direction for quite a while already, right? And if we learned anything in the past 2 months, that Trump can come out suddenly with the new announcement about tariffs that no one has expected. So in a matter of seconds, it can reverse and continue and start dropping, for example. So I personally, if you would already be looking to trade gold, I would trade gold for scalps only, for the short moves, and wouldn't expect much. Or if you get a good entry for a buy, then start trailing it and move stop loss to into profit and get just as much as you can get from this move. Other than that, I definitely wouldn't be shorting it, although it's risky to buy it. I wouldn't be shorting it neither. Now I'm going to share my strategy that helps me to trade gold right now. So it's simple, one tool asset. You can obviously add more to this, but fixed range volume profile on TradingView, and you determine the previous impulse move. In this case is, for example, this move. Right? If I would see this, I would buy it here. I'm going to explain why. Because if you see that the previous move right here, we place our volume profile on from the bottom to the top of it, we're going to see the point of control being right here. And this is where the price has pulled back towards during the announcement from Chinese side. So I'm buying it when the price goes, for example, if you're going to get a new impulse here, right, on the new example, if you're going to get a new impulse, the price will be going. I'm going to be placing my volume profile as much as the price goes. And then if it pulls back to the point of control of the fixed range volume profile, I'm going to be looking for a buy. And right now we are below it, so definitely not a good point to be in the trade. So let's say the price would continue, right, and the point of control would move somewhere. Then this point of control would become my next entry point. Now, I also love to compare gold CFDs to gold futures, and if they do align, this is another reason for me to get in the trade. In this case, if we look at the same impulsive move, and I take impulsive move from the previous correction, right, because we had the previous correction, the previous drop. So I take from this point on to the highest volume, and we see that it also pulled back to the same point of control here. So if comparing those two and they align at the same point, because sometimes one looks bullish and another one bearish, but if they both look bullish, that might be a good sign also, to just an extra confirmation for your confidence to start buying gold. Now, on the flip side, I do like actually silver recently, because since gold is so high, I agree with you, Jonathan, it's really a lot of risks. I started trading silver, because it's actually not on the all-time highs. Now, if you look at the fundamental silver, I was posting it earlier in my channel, but anyway, it's just silver is used in so much production, and silver is actually needed, but people are so focused on gold because it has been there for a long time. Everyone has been talking on gold. The other metals are kind of more in the shadow now. Silver has a huge potential to grow even for the long-term perspective for a couple of good years ahead. But it's also has been really good for trading recently, because we see that silver, unlike gold, is actually not on the all-time highs, and it has been recovering quite nicely. And you can also use silver to determine the moves on gold, because if silver, for example, right now is in the resistance, which it is currently, we reached the previous. Well, this was the previous. We'll look at the previous levels here, right? And also, if you come a little bit closer, this was a previous volume here and here slightly as well. So I'm expecting silver to pull back. I'm also not going to be buying gold now, because if metals pull back, they most likely going to pull back together. So if gold was a good buy, like a good potential for buying here earlier a little bit when silver was slightly lower as well, then right now it's not good, because neither is gold in a good point, because they are both CFDs and the futures, they are below the point of control on the 5-minute time frame, but also silver is at the point where it might reject. So combining all of this actually helps me to determine good scalps on gold recently, and I really loved silver. So if you guys didn't trade it, it's kind of nice. It kind of looks quite technically as well. So maybe it can also help.
Actually, I know Alex talks a lot about silver. I haven't really. The issue I have with, so what I like with gold is the fact that very trending. It really breaks the levels in a nice way. Silver is very much ranging, but acting more like Forex. It's in like these more confined ranges. I don't know, but technically, I mean, it is respecting levels nicely. I don't know, like I haven't traded it much.
I haven't traded it until, well, I haven't traded much, let's say like this, until the past months. And then I started to test it. And then I actually saw that my tests are running good, and I started to take it on my accounts. And it's been actually performing quite nicely.
Yeah. I think definitely. I mean, if we add, of course, it likes to react to the zones here, but I guess most assets do react to the zones. The issue that I have with silver is the fact that if you go out to the daily, it's just very much within a range, right? Like on the higher time frames right here. But I feel like what I feel is, if we compare it with gold, I mean, gold has this insane trend, but then if we go back here, we have a high time frame range, and in this area between 2020 and 2024, I guess gold was kind of behaving the same way as silver is doing now. Let's see if it takes a while for me to understand, you know, the characteristics of a specific pair. So whenever I go into like look at a new pair, new Forex pair or whatever, it takes a while for me to kind of understand its behavior.
I guess if you look at it from the swing perspective, I would look at it fundamentally, but I do trade it intraday. So if you look at it from the 30-minute time frame, 1 hour time frame, it respects volumes and also the levels really nice.
And you also said you like to compare gold and silver, right? Sometimes you're trading silver based on what gold is happening. No.
Yeah, I sometimes use them and exclude the possibility of trade if one is at the bad zone. But if they both are at the good zone, for example, for me to buy it, I'm gonna take one that looks better. Now, if, for example, silver right now, I'm expecting the rejection to the downside, I'm also not gonna be buying gold, because I'm looking for silver to go a little bit higher. I'm gonna be looking for take short from there. So in my opinion, gold might also go there because they're metals. They are both related to USD, and they're both, well, gold is more used in the speculation right now, I feel like, where the silver is actually used in the production. And but I'm using them to be able to exclude the bad trades and confirm the good ones.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. If you had to take a trade on silver right now, what would that be? I don't know. Like maybe you just looked at that. Did you do that analysis already?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. We don't have to go into that because you just done the analysis then.
No, I didn't. I didn't talk about.
Right. Okay. So let's see. Like if you had to take a trade right now in silver, where would you take that trade?
I'm gonna wait until my volumes are uploaded here. Wait. So basically what I was looking at, I'm looking at the anchor. So if I look, let's turn this all off. I'm looking at the anchor where the price may stop, right? So just looking at the bear chart like this, naked chart, I'm looking at this zone because this is some kind of movement here, then a huge drop, right? But also this zone, but also below it, there is another zone right here where the price was stopping, and this low has also became, like earlier was a resistance for the price. So this whole zone is also quite interesting. So I'm expecting the price to either pull back from this zone or this zone. So from the first time when I'm looking at the sums and at the chart, I'm looking at anchors where the price might stop and reverse. Now, then I use my volumes to confirm it. And the zone here is looking really nicely because we had a monthly point of control, a weekly. The price has been consolidating here for a while. So the zone 33.65, 33.82 is going to be my potential short zone. Now, besides this, if you look at the current zone, now I do kind of want to show my BRVP as well. At the current zone, we see that the price has been consolidating here, and on the 4 hours, we do have the dynamic point of control on the week, and the previous weekly point of control here as well. So the price has been actually reacting to the zone, and it's being confirmed just not only from the structural perspective, but also from the volumes. And if I look lower time frames, 30-minute time frame, we did have also. So the price had dropped sharply. So this is the anchor where the price might stop. And the next, it also stopped here. So this is another anchor. So these zones, I'm going to be looking for the rejection. The previous one was here, and we see that the price actually rejected it earlier as well. So I'm looking at this and also the previous zones on 4-hour time frame. And if we go closer, we see that it's actually was a rejection here. I do want to see kind of it going and reaching this level before dropping. And so I wouldn't trade right now. I would want to see it a little higher, renewing the highs, because now it's trying to create that double top. I don't trust it necessarily because we see that the price still goes up. Although it's trying to pull back, we see that we didn't break this upwards momentum. So I want to kind of see the going up and then breaking and then taking a short on silver. At least.
And silver and gold looks very similar to silver. Looks very similar to gold here on the lower time frames. On the higher time frames, not really, but on the lower time frames, it does look quite similar. Where you have that breakout, strong move to the upside, and that kind of move to the downside looks quite similar to what we have on gold as well.
Yeah, it does. So so again, if I'm looking for the short here, I'm also not going to be buying gold, but also I don't really have the entry on gold because we see that they are both around my point of control, which is not a good sign for me. I want the price to be above it and then retest it to be able to buy it. But since gold is not in a good point for a buy and it's actually below the point of control, it might go back here to the zone. And that's the same how silver looks like right now. So back to at least this zone and maybe this later on.
How's your short on S&P? Did you?
S&P is still going. It's right here. So my short is right here. I'm gonna switch back to the futures platform, show you how it looks like. It's gonna let me do this. But it's hovering in small profit, but not. There we go. Yeah, I do have it opened, but not going too fast yet.
I wonder if Alex knows that he's like we can see him. Okay, yeah. He knows.
That's S&P. So you actually took taking a break. I was showing these two volume clusters here. As long as we are below this whole zone, I'm looking for shorts on S&P 500. So there was a huge volume cluster here before the market closure, and this was on the 11th of April. We see the price rejected this while I was asleep, otherwise I would take it. But here we are trying to reject both this one and this one. So it's in small profit, but I want to see it kind of start moving faster. But this good rejection on top, this huge week on top, actually does give me some confirmation and some, reassurance about S&P 500 now.
Nice, yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's see. I'm trying to figure out like where the trades are today, but I feel like it's very much ranging. What's up, Alex? Welcome.
Hello, people.
Hey, Alex.
Hello. How's everything going?
Going well.
Loving the new background, mate. Wonder where you got that from.
What are you talking about?
trading
My
view.
background. You're talking about my background.
Yeah. The new
What
colors,
background?
the new color scheme.
Ah,
Trading.
yeah, looking good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
looking
I
very
got
strong.
them from a friend. Sort of like
Yeah.
yeah. I was thinking I wanted to have like the Fibers team colors, like the colors, but I tried it and actually, you know what?
Gross,
It's not looking very pretty on a chart with yellow candles.
Agreed. I think
Okay.
there's a nice trade continuation, I think, on pound CHF. I took an absolute slap this morning. I did get out, but I do think it's going to continue up. Not on the 1 minute. I'll take it off a 15-minute.
You guys remember yesterday?
Not.
Yes.
What did you say, Anastasiia?
Pound again, Alex.
Well, do you know what? That pound nearly gave me 10% profit. I actually took it out for 5% instead. So it's giving me everything back and more. So
Nice.
yeah, it was a slap
Right,
of a
GBP
trade.
CHF, you said.
Yeah, pound CHF.
Yeah, okay, so
I don't know how, but I got it off a 1 minute entry. And yeah. So literally right on that pivot low.
this one.
Yeah.
All right.
I have re-entered with less risk now. I don't want to give any too much back, but I do think it's going to take out that gap at the top. So that was the overall.
Yeah,
that was the overall target.
This is a good level, I think.
Yeah.
Get rid of this big level here.
That and USD Canadian dollar, but that's still. It's not. I don't know if it's ready just yet.
Okay, Alex. You know what? I hate when you come in. I don't hate. Okay, hate is a strong word.
What is a good? You would take this type of trade. You would take that trade.
Yeah. This is actually a good trade. But it's like I feel so. I felt so calm and at ease having a conversation.
Mate, honestly, my heart was beating out on my chest earlier. I was looking at it. I was like, bloody hell, this is too much. It was. It was honestly my. I was sitting here. I had to do breathing work, so I didn't close it.
Yeah, you were in a trade when you were in the background, right?
Yeah, no, I closed out of it by then.
Because I was watching him like, wow, yeah, he's in a trade, like he's staring at the screen, like. Yeah, no, okay, that's actually a good trade. This is a good reaction here on the 1 minute. Okay, it
ran up just so fast. That's why I didn't expect it to run up as fast as it did.
I'm gonna take a small position on this one because I don't want to start giving back all the profits that I already have.
That a boy.
Okay, so I'm gonna wait for a pullback here. We're gonna most likely hit resistance here. This is breaking out. Oh, even okay. Well, that's gone, isn't it?
No, that's where my added entry is. Like, it's fine. I added so I closed out literally at this area because it was moving so fast. I trailed my TP. So I trailed my TP literally at the area it's pushing out of now. When I noticed that it was still in play, I just put a little bit less back in. But I still think it's good for. I still think it's good for something like 80.89. 0.89. 0.8. 1.089.
Okay, I'm putting in limit orders here. Okay. Okay, so I put orders in for this trade. Okay, where's my TP? Right. Okay, so I believe that's the trade that I got orders in for.
Yep.
Let me see if I can pull up the MetaTrader instead. All right, I'm gonna be.
Like I like USD CAD as well, but it just doesn't seem ready. What do you think about USD CAD?
Let me just add the fibs here first. So I want to see where the fib is. Yeah, that's a good. Okay, that's a good level.
Look where price is compared to the fib on the overall move. So take it from the low of the overall move to the high.
This one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the 50 right there as well.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. That's a good. It's a good retest. Let's see. Okay, you said USD CAD.
Yeah, but I don't think.
What do you see on the USD CAD?
Same type
Yeah,
of
good
trade
question.
setup. Same type of trade setup. Like it's a killer because I'll put my chart on.
Do you like you're in the office? Do you have time to like? I feel like Saul's not there, is he?
Nope.
He's like, how do you have time? You're in the office. You're supposed to be working, and you're trading the lower time frames. Like, there's no way you got time for that.
I am working. I'm working very hard on.
Yeah, are you, working hard or hardly working?
It depends. This is my work. AlphaBeta is classed as work.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
okay,
so
I'm about to get filled here.
Just
about to get filled.
All I was looking for.
The spreads are not perfect on GBP CHF. The spreads are not very good. Look at this.
Yeah, the spreads are not the best.
That kind of sucks.
I know. Just get into market.
I have to
pay the extra.
Increase entry a little bit, probably here.
There you go.
Yeah, okay, I'm filled. I would have gotten filled anyway. That. Yeah. Okay, whatever. I'm filled on that one. Let's go over to your screen.
Yeah, so the overall reason for this is just because we've had a massive push down on the weekly, come back into quite a significant level, which is only now being tested. Obviously, you had this little level, right? This retest there, but I don't really.
Oh, that looks good.
I don't really count that as a proper test. Anyway, so then I've just gone onto the lower time frames. This was the trade that I took yesterday and ended up mismanaging it. So the same kind of thing happened. I got in before the news. It pushed up so erratically. I trailed my stops to break even. Then it came back, took me out, and then went off. So I was quite pissed at it yesterday. But the overall same play it's still in play, that I think. So, you've had this consolidation on the lower time frame on that level that we marked out earlier. We've had a breakout of the range, and now we're having a retest on the top of this range. So all I'm looking for now is just any sign that we're actually going to have a continuation from here. So anything like, since we're trending downwards on the lower time frame, anything like that's kind of the move that I'd be looking for for it to come up onto the 1 hour, to have that overall weekly retracement into the 50 fib. So that's the plan.
Okay, so I'm in along here on USD CAD.
You could, to be fair, you could actually take a long on USD CAD as long as you had your stop. You had your stop underneath the lows, which was at 3849.
Yeah, this is just a one-to-one risk to reward, and I would wait for a reaction. Like I meant, so if we have a good reaction here, yeah. I can then move my stops here and enter a new position.
Agreed.
What I see now is a range, right? And previous range high could be range EQ. GBP CHF is looking good.
It's looking
about
good.
to hit,
Yeah, it's pushing
breaking
up.
out.
Bastard, as if I just closed. I closed. Doesn't matter, but
Sometimes I feel like I need you, and other times I feel like I absolutely do not need you. Like sometimes you're coming in here and you're giving really good signals, and sometimes
yesterday you got a
good.
good. Yesterday Kiwi USD worked out very well for you.
Yeah. Oh, my coffee's cold. I gotta get some new coffee. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, I'm actually going to get coffee as well. Hold on.
Oh wait, so I'll wait for him to get the coffee then.
It's about who goes for coffee first.
Yeah. What kind of relation do you guys have, Alex and John? Yeah, it's a love-hate, definitely love-hate. It depends on the P&L basically. Depends on the fluctuations in P&L. All right, we got GBP CHF moving nicely here. USD CAD having a good reaction here on the lower time. Well, not really. It is ranging on the lower time frames, but we'll see if we can break out here. That might be a good place to add some to this position. So I'm on a 20K hyper growth here, which means I'm risking very, very small amounts on these two trades, mostly because, Alex comes in, he tells us like, this is a good trade, all of that. And then a lot of times I feel like it's not always a good idea to take a trade based on someone else's analysis. Now it makes sense and it would be like a trade that I take, but if it's not my own analysis, if it's not my own trade that I've been waiting for, then I'm always taking it with very small risk.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that USD CAD might go a little lower. And
yeah, definitely. But I have my stop loss well below like key swing points.
Yeah.
Like I have it all the way down here, but yeah, it could definitely go lower.
Yeah, I'm thinking
GBP's
a couple of extra pips, like 850, maybe 20 more pips, 30 more pips to the downside before it actually goes up. But it's obviously going to depend on what it's going to do on the lower time frame, right? Because if the lower time frame breaks out of the range now to the upside, then it's going up from here, right? But normally, I'm expecting it to be a little lower.
I'm actually going to move my TP down to this level, and then I will open a new position based on that. If it works.
Thing is, we got a lot of CAD news as well later on. We got what was it? No, we got interest rate decision.
No,
which could be a nice catalyst
on CAD. Oh man,
yeah.
How did I?
That's good. No, yeah, but it's fine. You got that at like 3 hours away.
This is what I just talked about before you came on here. Why I take these trades with low risk. But looks good though. But looks good. If we can break above this area, then I think going higher. GBP CHF is about to go back down to my entry. I like it, but I also do not like it. But we'll see. See what happens here.
I just added to my sell position on S&P 500.
Guys, do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to do some giveaways? Because I got some news for you guys. Let me know in the comments if you want to do some giveaways. Because
no, we don't want. We don't want any giveaways.
No. So tomorrow, all right. So what we're doing tomorrow is we're gonna go live tomorrow. We're gonna be live a couple. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay. So tomorrow we're gonna give away 20 accounts. All right, guys. 20 accounts are going to be given away tomorrow. We're going to be doing trading competition. It's going to be Alex, Anastasiia, and Victor versus Michael, and Mitch, the 3 M's of Trade the Pool. I'm also going to be trading, but considering the fact that my superior technical skills would put us in a very uneven position against the Trade the Pool. So I'm going to be hosting the event. And taking care of the giveaways and all that. So the competition starts at around the US Open, okay? And it goes on for, I should know the details of this, but it's going to be fun. So it goes on for like how long is it? How long is Trade the Pool's live stream? 2 hours? 2.5?
I don't know.
Well, we're not going to be ending the usual time. We're going to be going on like maybe 1.5 hour longer than usual. It's going to be really, really fun.
1.5 hours longer. Damn.
Yeah, that's what you signed up for.
Office after half an hour after we finish.
But isn't Mickey on those live streams until the end?
I don't know. I think I don't know.
I feel like we need to talk about this. I feel I'm gonna reach out to Mickey, and I'll talk to him about all the specific details or everything. But yeah, let me know in the comments, guys. We're gonna do a poll. But let me know in the comments which of those 3 traders do you think are gonna make the most P&L? Anastasiia, Victor, or Alex?
I thought we were on a team.
You're on a team, but of course we're going to be looking at who's the best in the team as well. I mean, we're going to be selecting the MVPs, right?
Do we get a prize if we win?
Yeah, what are we competing for?
Yeah, well, we can't just be doing this for free each time.
Well, we are going to answer the question: who's more profitable, the stock traders or forex traders? And honestly, I feel like we are going to get beaten so hard. We are going to.
Depends if we get a good day or not, though. But it's a day before their holidays, so I expect we'll have some good movement.
You know what you said when your mic was not muted yesterday? You said. So Alex went on the live stream yesterday and he forgot to mute his microphone, and he talked with a colleague in the office, and he said that basically stock traders are making much more money.
No, I didn't. I said stock traders are snobby or something like that. They think they're going to make more money.
Oh,
I said that to Mickey.
I thought that you thought. Well, what I like, we need to get directional movement in the forex market if we're going to be able to win this. And looking at the stock market, again, it's the day before the market's closing. You're going to have a lot of people adjusting their positions, opening new ones, closing, all of that. We might actually get some directional movement in the indices or in the stock market. Now, there's a catch here, right? If stocks are going to be moving, indices are going to be moving, and we can trade indices as well. So we have to think as a team here. We really have to think as a team. We need to make a plan. We can't just go like, I'm looking at you, Alex. We can't just go, all in and risk too much on one position, because everyone's P&L is going to count. So if you're down 2K, I'm not saying you're going to be down 2K.
The thing is, I could be down 2K in the start, but then I could be up 2K in the end.
Yeah, or down 4K in the end.
Wow, yeah, we don't look at it like that. We only look at the positives.
Yeah. So no, but we have to make a plan, and we have many hours because the competition is going to start at the US Open, so we have many hours to actually plan this. I think tomorrow during the live streams we're gonna start making plans.
The thing is, what I'm thinking is, they've got 100K of buying power in their account. That's a lot of money on stocks, and they can find stocks that move a lot more than currencies can in the same amount of time. I'm just saying.
But we don't need to trade currencies, right? We can trade gold, we can trade silver, we can trade indices, we can trade literally anything we want.
I guess.
So what I'm thinking is,
guys are getting getting
cares?
negative before it even started. So like preparing to lose before you
I'm
even
not preparing
started.
to lose. No, I'm just saying that, they've got, there's a lot of fine. I'm going to keep quiet. We're going to trade tomorrow. We're
Yeah.
gonna win.
Okay. So Justin says that I'm supposed to stop thinking. Honestly, I don't think much, but I'll stop with the thinking I am doing, and I'm supposed to be listening to Anastasiia. So we're gonna have to select a team leader, and that's gonna be you, Anastasiia. So
No.
yeah,
Yep,
congratulations.
Yeah.
No.
Why, Anastasiia? You don't want to be team lead? You don't want to
No,
lead the team?
Alex,
You don't want
Alex,
to lead us to victory?
I'm gonna vote for you. Since
You do
Jonathan,
not.
But you don't want to. You don't want to
You
be the
can't
team
vote for
leader.
me. Yeah,
You can't.
you've been
You
voted
can't
the
let
leader.
Alex be the team leader. He has. He. You can't let him
I'm
to
a
be the
good
team leader.
subordinate. I'm very
We're
good
gonna go
at
on
taking
tilt.
orders.
We're gonna go on tilt if you're the team leader. He's like, no. It's like, look at GBP. Look at GBP. She said, go all in. Everyone, right now.
No, everybody's got their own edge,
Yeah.
Everybody's got a different way of trading. Like, there's a lot of times where Anastasiia has got different ideas to the way that, so we're quite hedged.
But I have an idea though. I'm serious about this idea, right? Like we have different options to do this. Either we can just, and by the way, look at that trade looking good, looking very nice on GBP CHF. Okay, so we have two options. Either everyone just trades their own way. Okay, everyone just trades their own way, and we ignore everything else, and we just go. That's what Alex wants to do, right? But what we also can do is we can actually, talk about the trades we're taking, how much we're risking, because what if, for example, we have 3 people taking the same trade on the same pair? I mean, we kind of have to think about it.
All the profits.
Yeah.
but the losses.
Exactly.
No, we don't think about the losses, Anastasiia. Only think about the profits. Hold on, I'm going to get some water.
But I
Scruffy is
think
comparing him now.
I think we should have some type of plan. By the way, look at what I got. I bought these cool Lego engines. Okay, so my kid, we're building like Lego models, and he found this old Lego like motor, so we can like create like cars on batteries and stuff. And then I found this Lego motor online, which is supposed to be like 10 times faster and stronger. And all I want to do, like, end this live stream and go build myself a Lego car.
Did you see this guy? I think he's from Sweden, who built a real life-size Volvo all the way from Lego.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
drives. Did you see it drive?
Yeah.
This
Yeah, I
is-
did. That's insane.
This is
That's
crazy.
crazy. Yeah. No, I saw that. Yeah, so I'm just waiting for him to get home from school so we can build that car. I mean, he likes Lego, but I also really like building these models. But the whole wall behind him is just going to be filled with Lego, probably. Okay,
You
I was
buy
supposed to get
Lego
coffee, and
for-
I'm going to wait for Alex. Sorry.
Did you buy a Lego for you or for your kid?
Both. Definitely both. Yeah. Yeah, Raphael knows. So yesterday, I feel so stupid. So
Now we got to hear it.
yeah, no, so it's Easter. Like, it's Easter, and like here in Easter, I don't know what it's, in other countries, but here you kind of dress up as some, like a whatever, like a chicken or a rabbit or witch or something, and you go around and you ask strangers for candy, basically. And so you need to have a lot of candy at home because there's a lot of kids coming over. It's sort of like trick or treat, right? But Easter, and there's no tricks, only treats. So, and I ate it all. I like the whole stash we had yesterday. It's like I just ate it. I feel terrible. So I had to run out. We got like 3 stores in town. The first one sold out. Second one sold out. It's like 8 kilometers from the second one is the third store that had it, and I was walking, right? So yeah, but I got it. I finally secured the stash of candy, and of course it had to be exactly the same candy because my fiance can't know that I ate it all, so it needs to be exactly the same. And yeah, it
Well,
worked.
at least you
Nobody
did burn
knows.
your calories when you were walking 8 kilometers to the next store.
I actually have a stationary bike in my office. So every morning when I do like my market updates and my market routine, I am on my stationary bike, which is actually it's really good for like creativity and focus and everything. You're sitting there on my bike. Yeah. Well, you sound very impressed, Alex.
Sorry, I was just looking at something.
Yeah, GBP CHF is not moving the way I want it to move right now.
You just got to give it a little bit of time to breathe. It was quite an impulsive move up. So, it just takes a little bit of time probably to continue. But then again, who's got time, We want it. We want instant gratification. We want it now.
Which companies are that? Lebanon that comes because I want to buy like original Lego, but I have like I bought these. Like these are not original. These are like super powerful Lego motors, like awesome. And then I looked at other brands, but I want like original Lego. I don't want like copy like Chinese. Like I'm not like Chinese are awesome, but like I don't want the real deal Lego. You know what I mean? Real Danish plastic. It's not Danish plastic. It's Chinese plastic, but you know what I mean.
Danish plastic made in China.
Yeah, but at least they go through like quality controls. There's no like lead and shit in the plastic,
I could just imagine waking up in the middle of the night trying to walk around the house and then just like, there's nothing more painful than standing barefoot on Lego. I can just imagine it walking around the house and that happening. It's too dangerous.
Well, he's actually very good at making sure that he picks everything up. Well, actually, it's my fiance. He's pretty good at that. He would just not care if she's not at home. But yeah, no, we actually like he's pretty good at picking up all the Legos, and we have actually organized all the Lego, right? So I've spent the last 6 months, like this is going to sound so weird, but yeah, okay. I've spent the last 6 months organizing all the Lego by color, and now we're beginning organizing it with different pieces. Because I think we have 100,000 pieces of Lego, and it's taken me 6 months to do that. Yeah.
You've got 100,000 pieces of Lego.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I have this app, right? So I have this app where we can put all the Lego into the app, and then we can see how many pieces there is. 100,000. And most of it was just in it's a big bag. So we decided like we got to build all of that again because it's like you do the math, right? A Lego car, a nice Lego car is like $600 right? And that might be between 1,000 and 2,000 pieces. 100,000 pieces with like good quality builds, that's a lot of money. Like it's a lot of money as you're sitting in a bag. It's insane.
So what
Well,
guys
I don't know what to say. It's that sounds like a very expensive hobby.
It's a trader's hobby.
Trader's
a profitable trader's hobby. Now, if anyone ever asks if Jonatan is a profitable trader, you can just say that you have 100,000 Lego pieces at home.
God, I haven't even got 10 Lego pieces. Damn.
But you don't have kids. That's obviously if I didn't have kids, I wouldn't have a single piece of Lego.
My partner likes Lego, and she's got like this thing with like Marvel. So she's done like a Lego Marvel hand thing from Thanos with like these special jewel things on them. It's these Infinity Stone things. Yeah, beats me.
Nice. Okay, blue bricks. Thank you, Pierre. I'm gonna look that up right now. Blue bricks.
Yeah, I closed out my position.
Which one?
This one.
MCHF. No, it's still in play. I'm just, I'm happy with what I've done today, and I don't, I'm happy. I'm content. I want to see what's going to happen in New York session as well.
Jonathan's face.
Wow, why it doesn't look good on the 1 minute.
No, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good on the 1 minute. It looks
It
absolutely atrocious now. But we could also look that it's coming to test the demand.
Whatever. Is there any competition we can you want to compete against this? So yeah. Sure. Send an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com. You can come on live if you have a camera, you have a microphone, anything. You want to come on live? I'll give you a. All right, so I'll set up an account for you. If you win against me, you will get a. You'll get an account. It's going to be worth it. You'll get a high stakes account. That's not all. Not every day we give away a high stakes account, but if you come on and you trade against us, you're going to get a high stakes account. Yeah. Okay. Can we share something else? Can you look at your chart for a while? I'm just gonna put this down and forget about it.
What else are we looking at?
Why don't you get yeah, Justin, just send an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com and we could definitely set something up. The more the better. The question right here. The position, it's a position size calculator called the position size calculator, and it's available on Earn Forex. So what you have to do is go to Google position size calculator MT5, and you will find that tool. Trevor has the most wonderful ideas, and yeah, definitely something to consider.
God, so childish. To put back on. Yeah, I don't actually see anything of interest. Euro pound though. Am I muted again? No, I'm not.
No.
Okay, thanks.
No, he's not listening.
Oh, okay, thanks.
What, Alex? What's the what is the best cigar?
Oh, there is My Father's Cigars. I'll send it to you. One of my favorite.
Oh yeah, that's right. My father is good.
Yeah, Nicaraguan cigar. Is it My Father's Cigars?
Dude, I tried a. Is it Davidoff? Or is it Davidoff?
Yeah, I haven't tried one personally.
Yeah, Void, thank you. I forgot the coffee again. Wow, I love how you're helping me manage my life in the comments. Thank you very much. I'm going to take a break and get some coffee.
Which one is it? Okay, I'm going to send you. Here we go. Here we go. You're going to love this one. Where am I sending? WhatsApp. I did say I was going to send you one, but after you gave me your account details for Tom Dante's course.
I never did that. Never done that. What a stupid thing to say.
Oh, so childish.
Anyway, Davidoff signature 2000. That one, I tried that the other day. That was amazing.
Yeah, mate, you smoke quite a lot, actually. To be honest, I don't have them on that, on a regular basis. You have one nearly every week.
Not really every week.
No?
Like maybe once a month.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna send you this right now. You're gonna love this.
If I have something to celebrate, which is I always have something to celebrate, like nice weather out, not raining, things like that. So worth celebrating. Okay, which one is this? Are you over 21? Why do I need to be over 21 to view the website?
Nicotine. What are you talking about?
Yeah, those cigars are really nice. I actually have a few my father's cigars. Okay, yeah, coffee.
God. Anastasiia, hello.
Hey, Alex.
Just the two of us. Gonna make it if we try. Just the two of us. You and I.
Are you buying USD cat already?
No, he's got me looking at cigars now.
Maybe he's saving your account.
Maybe
I
he
don't
said,
see
why are
it
you
still
thinking? Why do you think it's short?
I think it's still going down for about 20-30 pips.
Show me. Let's have a look.
Well, it has nothing here that it can stop. That it can stop it, right? So we only have volume all the way here down. So I think we still go kind of lower. If you look at the lower time frame as well, it's not doing anything.
No,
Feels like it's
I think it's
accumulating more
waiting.
volume. Huh?
Yeah, I think it's waiting for the news because we've got retail sales and then we've got like the BOC interest rate decision. So it's like, I'm not surprised why it's not doing too much.
Yeah, but the volumes
that's-
are above even the recurring consolidation, everything. Just here, so I think it's going lower.
Would you put a bet on that?
You want to bet on it?
I'll bet you on it.
I can show that, and you can go along
Oh God.
right now.
I don't know if I'm ready to long it just yet. If you were to short, where would be your take profit and where would be your stop loss?
Stop loss is just above this, probably around 180,
Okay.
and take
Okay.
profit around 800 level.
It's quite a short-term trade, though. I reckon this is going to take it's going to take quite a while to even get. Because I'm thinking it goes up to 402, and my stop would be at 386.
402. To the previous this.
Yeah.
And 306?
386.
386. Okay, so you're waiting for a swing.
Yeah, and that's why I don't really,
Yeah. Well, my take profit, if it would be reached, it wouldn't hit your stop loss still.
Don't know. Not sure about it.
Let's ask the audience. Do you guys?
Not sure about it. Do I go? Okay. I guess I can go long on a small amount. Wait, okay, so you're in then, yeah? You're in short.
Not yet. I'm waiting for you.
Okay, you're waiting for me. Decisions.
What is it gonna be?
Go on then. I'll take the bet. Let's go. I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go long. Let's have a look. Pound card. USD card.
I'm going.
I didn't say how much though. Okay.
No, it's okay.
I am going to. Let's have a look. $36. Okay. That's a fair enough. That's a fair bet. Okay. I have got long.
Okay, I'm in short.
Okay. Just to prove.
Wait, I'm gonna pull up your screen and then that's a different. That's Jonathan's account. That's not yours. There it is. And I'm gonna open my account to show. So you are long already now.
Yeah, I'm long. We're gonna do 0.5%. I think that's fair to put on. Make it feel like this is a neat trade. And this is a swing though, so it's a lot easier. It's gonna take a while. Let me have a look. Where's your stop? So your stop would be 5922.
200 level, yeah.
It's quite a tight stop for you, no?
It's a scalp. I don't think it should go up. If it goes up from this consolidation, it's going long, I think.
Guys, I want to see who are you backing? Okay, who are you backing? I want to see. I'm gonna have to do a poll. Jonathan, actually, we should. You know what we should have done?
What's the poll?
Clown costume. We should have done a clown costume, me and Anastasiia.
Yeah, well, we can do it tomorrow.
We can do it.
What's the poll?
The poll we need. So I've gone long USD CAD, and Anastasiia thinks it's short.
I convinced Alex to buy USD CAD already.
Yeah, that it didn't need too much though, because I did want to buy it anyway. God, everybody's walking past and they can see that one screen has got a bunch of cigars and the other one's just full of trading.
I like that.
And the other day it was we were speaking in the group and it was Victor mentioned a country and I put that up on my screen and it had loads of beaches and flamingos and other things on there, and everybody was walking past. I wonder what everybody thinks I'm doing all day.
They know what you're doing. They're watching the live stream and they understand that you're doing not much, You're sitting here talking about cigars. So GBP CHF almost hit my stop loss, but it's kind of like finding some type of support here on the lower time frames, hoping that it's just going to push higher, but it looks absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Where's your take profit for USD CAD?
My take profit is USD CAD.
Are you talking to me?
No, Alex's take profit.
Do you know it's going up right now?
So just 1 pip.
It's true. No, it's true. Look, we got a very nice 1 minute range right here, and underneath this range, it's curving. We got curvature of the price action right now, so this is good signs, everyone. This is good signs. No, my take profit is
Oh, sorry, not the profit. Stop loss. Where is the stop loss?
my stop loss is here. So 3.8. Where's my tape? 3.869.
Okay.
So we've got quite a long time to go, to be fair.
I wanted to place my take profit where your stop loss is, but
Yeah, you can do that. You can
it's
do that. That's fine.
it's gonna be a little higher.
Yeah.
Although, well, okay, 7:30.
If you're honestly though, looking at that, you're telling me you think that's short.
I think it's still gonna go short.
Gosh. I want to see what the poll is. Where's the poll, Jonathan?
All right, the poll. What's the poll?
Long as a long. Short. What about gold?
Anastasia at 55%. So yeah, they think Anastasia is right.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, it's 55%. I want more votes, people.
Yeah, just went up to 56%. Well, looking good.
Okay. It's gonna take a long time anyway. Nothing's gonna happen until retail sales.
I don't know. It's going in profit from my side.
Is it? It doesn't look like that. How's your pound CHF position, Jonathan?
Well, it's looking pretty good, man. Not too bad.
Did it hit the stop
Not too
loss?
bad. No.
4, 5.
Soon in profit. Very soon.
Yeah, it's pulling back.
1,452. Alex USD CAD could railway get liquidity around.
45.
Oh mate, I will be out of the trade by then. I'm trying to get out at 40.
Well, it's 45 to 50. It's like
Yeah, so it's quite a trade. That is. I wish.
That's a long way to go still.
It is a long way to go, and I'm incapable of holding trades overnight, unfortunately.
Alex wouldn't sleep otherwise.
Yeah, I'm not asleep, but I think I do need to try and get into the habit of holding longer trades. I think because I haven't got the time. I don't think in the future I'm going to have too much time to be on the 5-minute, 1-minute charts.
No, definitely. If you have, if you
Actually start working.
yeah, exactly. If you actually start working with something, proper job, then
What, trading is not a proper job?
No. You think it is?
Definitely up there.
I think it's better.
No, so the funny story. No, we didn't want to do it. We put $100 into that margin thing that Mike told us about. I couldn't get it to work, so I just put the $100 into an AUD USD long, made 20% on it, and then withdrew it. So, but now I've got 20 quid stuck in there, and I can't get it out. So whatever.
And you can't trade it.
Funny story. A guy that used Mike's margin trader is up like 300 or 400%.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah. So we were laughing, and I was laughing mostly at him, but fair play,
Because if you wonder what I'm doing, I'm trying to set up that Lego motor. Technically, I'm on lunch. Where's Mike? Mike's supposed to be here. Oh, Mike broke
is
something
coming.
this morning.
Michael is coming.
He's not coming?
He's coming, I think. Anastasiia, where can Alboz Forex learn the way that you trade?
I mean, I'm kind of showing it here.
Oh,
There is a Telegram channel though in the description.
There is a Telegram channel as well, but I did show pretty much a lot of things already here, and and this is S&P 500 that is still running today. I did adjust my stop loss to this, and I do want it to break below this level because it's kind of got stuck there. But it rejected the volume, and I saw the comment earlier. I kind of lost it. I can't find it. Someone was asking about how did I get the fixed range volume profile on the right side. Well, the thing is that it's not a fixed range volume profile. It's another indicator on TradingView. It's called VRVP. So you go in indicators and you type visible range volume profile. This is going to be this. So the fixed range volume profile you cannot get up there, and because it's fixed to the price. So you are choosing yourself where to place it. Whereas the visible range showing you the volume distribution in the whole range.
Oh.
we've lost your audio, Anastasiia.
Where?
Okay,
But-
no, you're back.
Yeah, it's bad. So where did I stop? You guys listening, of course. Hi, Mike.
Mike, why do you look like something you've just what's going on? You look like you've lost something.
My marbles, maybe. My
Fair
mind,
enough. I'll give you that one.
my sanity,
Yeah.
all of the above.
I was
What I
talking about
haven't done-
margin trader earlier. That's somebody who's
yeah.
up 600% or whatever, 300%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was laughing at it.
It's the way of the future.
Yeah, well,
Way of the future for degenerates.
Do you like Lego, Mike?
I love Lego.
Check this out.
who
Okay.
is this? Who have we got? Who have we got? in
Check this out. I
in this
bought
live?
this battery pack. It connected
Yeah.
to your phone, right? And then
Yeah.
I connected two motors to this battery pack, and then you can like customize everything on here, and then it's like they're like super fast,
We are so
super
simple.
fast. You can build an RC car with this that goes 40 kilometers an hour.
Nice.
That's pretty quick for Lego, man.
That's very quick for Lego.
3,000 RPM.
Alex isn't impressed.
No, I'm definitely impressed. Just funny when we're all talking about trading, and Jonathan's going, Mike, you want to see my Lego? Goes 45 miles an hour.
Before Jonathan said that, I was literally about to say, "Is Jonathan okay? He's very quiet." And now I know why. He's distracted by his Lego.
They're drawing pictures with a crayon.
Yeah, I gotta have something to distract myself from the absolutely horrible, terrible trade that Alex put me in.
Show and tell.
Oh god.
Is gold rallying today due to some news or event? Yes.
Yeah, the world is melting before our eyes, and that is pretty much the reasons why.
That is exactly it. That is exactly why. Yeah, just gold, just yeah. No other reason other than that. I saw because I've been in meetings, I didn't see that China is open to talks if Trump shows respect and names the point person. Interesting.
Did you
So
see how
What's
the
a point person?
Probably
Who's
somebody
gonna be the point
delegate or something. Delegate or I don't know. I don't know what a point person is, but I assume it's something like that.
It's the person who's going to lead negotiations. In other words, they're asking them to nominate somebody other than Trump.
I'm not a gamer. Do you think I have time to be a gamer like with trading? Like, no way. I wish I was. Like, I wish I would have the time.
In many ways.
Yeah, trading is like, I'm trying to gamify this. You know, I'm like, it's kind of like gaming, but like super boring.
Well, I guess you are having fun with your 100,000 pieces of Lego.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna try these out. Bought a little. I did build a little car.
All right.
Yesterday.
Don't get one over.
I can try out these motors. I'll see you guys later.
Prop traders with the 5s and which.
Yes,
see you later.
I can confirm that. I can confirm Anastasiia is here because we had to do a funded trader risk interview with her because she was such a risky trader. And that is why we saw that she was actually very good at trading, so we brought her on. Jonatan is also a trader that we did a funded trader interview with. And then he took over the YouTube content. And Michael, wow, Magic Mike over there. We can't say how we found him, but
yeah, it's a secret.
Yeah, secret.
Got
everybody's traders, yeah.
All right, I'll be back later, guys. Take care. Oh, look at GBP/CHF. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. You closed that trade, did you?
It's just about to go.
Yeah, I'll close that trade.
All right. Okay, speaking of how do we join AlphaBeta Labs? Well, you know in a little bit.
What did you do?
This is such a cool intro.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a very cool intro.
It's a super intro. It is the intro to end all intros.
Yeah, it was quite loud. We should do a disclaimer before we actually play it, because
yeah,
at least one before playing it.
I should get Dima to just lower the volume on it, probably.
Yeah. It's funny. I do think pound CHF looks like it's starting to push back up.
So
yeah,
is gold.
Looks really
Why is
good.
gold
It looks
pushing
really good.
Gold to
Like,
sell.
what do you think about USD CAD? We have a small bet going on with Alex.
USD CAD.
Not a small bet. This is a humongous bet. This is me v Anastasiia.
All right. If it's Alex versus Anastasiia, Anastasiia, what do you think?
I'm shorting it on the small time frame. I think it's gonna still go low before shutting back up.
Wow, that pound CHF looks super nice still.
When we talk about lower time frame, what are we talking about, Anastasiia?
Like 1 minute, 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see it. Hang on. Let me check my trusty 7 minute. 11 minute looks better. 7 minute, not so much.
I'll take it.
So you're agreeing with me?
No.
You're not agreeing with me?
No. Sorry. I'm sorry, but if you are going to ever ask me to choose between you and Anastasiia, Anastasiia wins. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mike.
Just the way it goes.
Oh,
We've got our Thursday sessions happening, so I've got to.
I stream with you every single day. We speak on a daily basis.
Exactly. I speak to you every day, whereas Anastasiia, I only have a
I'm right 40% of the time.
Exactly.
40.
Exactly. So, you know, no, I can see it. I can see it on the 11-minute. It looks good for sells.
Yeah, it's right. Starting to pull back right now, actually. I think it's going to range there until the news, though.
Yeah, I think so
Close
as well.
the news is going to hit my TP and Alex's stop loss.
Yeah, I've still got another hour and 40 minutes before the news. For the first bit of news, and then we got 3 hours before the CAD news. So it's still a while to go. CHF is looking ridiculously strong, isn't it? As is the euro. Has anyone looked at euro USD?
Yeah, I did have a buy on euro, and I might have closed it a little too early. I bought it right after the Chinese news and this rejection at 470.
Where's
then
your chart, Anastasiia? Have you got your chart up? Oh, there you go.
That's a different one. Wait. No. It was just a confirmation of taking it.
Are you worried about a payout because you
What are you doing?
you literally just take me out of the conversation?
I didn't touch you. I'm busy working on my gold chart.
Okay, everybody's out. Everyone, you know, I'm doing it solo. Gosh, guys.
God, he's so annoying, isn't he?
God. Oh, we can't have a simple, you know, simple stream.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
ABL
God.
takes over, chaos ensues. Alexander, random time frames. Trust me, they will do wonders for you. Wonders. There we go. There's gold going. Gold is
And
going.
there is euro. So I took it here, but I did close it a little too early. I closed it here because it started ranging and started dropping. I was going to get out. Now it's still ranging, so it might have been a good idea to close it.
I had a really nice trade yesterday on kids. Who are you calling a kid, Henry? My goodness, what an insult. I had a really nice trade on Euro Aussie dollar yesterday, but in the end I had to close it at the end of the day because I didn't trust it to not swipe me out on the lows, and sure enough it did spike down on the rollover. So he's just removed himself now. Literally walked out of the room, guys. He's literally walked out of the room.
He just sees that USD CAD is dropping down.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I was pleased that I did close it because I would have been stopped out probably with pretty high slippage as well. But on the other hand, I was annoyed because if I quickly pull up my chart, I basically got in down here in this area, and I closed here. So I closed on this candle because I didn't trust the rollover, and sure enough, you can see what the rollover did to me, or would have done to me. And spreads at that time would have just been torturous. So yeah, I left it, and of course it went all the way to where my TP area was up here, which was disappointing.
We did have some huge gaps in the stock market as well this night. Well, the indices market.
Exactly.
Where's the
Gold is pushing up again. I don't want gold to push up again. I want gold to come down, please. I'm in a couple of positions on gold. I'd like to close them. Maybe at break even if I have to.
We're selling gold.
Yes. I like to run contrarian to everybody else. I don't like to conform to the norms of everybody else. No, I like this push down here, these candles here pushing down. The only problem is the whole move is an inside bar on the hourly, so it's possible the price will come down and take that first. So my entry is just here. When I saw this candle here, I entered, and so this is my entry. So I just want it to come down now so I can close at a break even rather than any significant loss, but we'll see. It may not be possible, but we'll see.
Speaking see the shorts on silver as well. I was looking at that earlier, so kind of gold also makes sense. I was just talking earlier how silver actually and gold to confirm each other, and if they are both in a good position, then I'm in a trade on the one that looks better. Whether if one of them is completely out of place, it helps me to exclude the bad trade that otherwise I would take looking on only one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. How's your week been otherwise, Anastasiia?
To be honest with you, really calm. I didn't trade too much. I don't know. The Monday and Tuesday on the currencies as well were quite ranging. I took a position on silver as well for long, but and short on S&P 500 yesterday as well. But other than that, nothing else. And yours?
Mine has been interesting. I think is the best way to describe it. Interesting. I managed to pass phase 1 of a high stakes, 5k high stakes. So I'm now on to phase 2. So that was the good news. But then I ended up just chewing up my P&L on that boot camp that I still have from last week, from our live stream last week, in fact, last Wednesday. So I kind of I've just been going up and down like a yo-yo on that P&L.
I have this boot camp count on the second stage, and it's also from me going up and down. My curve looks like this for the past.
It's just I'm on such a roller coaster. It's insane. I'm currently where am I? I'm down 0.4% on overall on the account on phase 1. And yeah, it's frustrating, but what can you do? Gold though is doing what I want it to do. If it can just keep doing it, that would be great. It's pulling back down on the 5 minute, so I'm quite happy with that. And is reacting off this 7 minute. See, that's why the 7 minutes is important, guys. If you can see a 5 minute engulfing candle and it's also on the 7 minute, makes it even stronger. So, and one of these here, where is it? One of them was a double bottom, but actually I don't think it is. Where's it gone? There was a double bottom somewhere. I think it's here, but it's just taken. So, but I think shorts for gold. I think they're coming. Anastasiia, somebody's asking if you have an Instagram.
The blogger died in me. I have the Instagram, but it's dead completely. So the Telegram channel is in the description, guys. You can also find me in the AlphaBeta and all that.
Yeah, there's nothing to see on Instagram. Nothing to see. But join Anastasia's Instagram. Not Instagram, Telegram, and you will get all of the worldly insights that you can't find anywhere else. Also in AlphaBeta Lab, but you can find them also on her Telegram if that's your sort of thing. But we prefer it on AlphaBeta Lab. The link for which is on your screens right now. Let's have a look. Gold. I want to see it just push down a little bit more. And then I'll be more satisfied to at least close on break even. Right now, it's just my entry was literally just down here, so I just want it to close just a little bit more so I can get closer to at least a break even close rather than a loss.
Yeah, it's almost back there.
It's thinking about it. I like the close on the 5 minute. The 5 minute closed with a decent strength. I think it might come down to here. Retest these lows on the 1 minute. So I might even be able to snatch some profits from the jaws of defeat. Here we go. There's a little bit. There we go. Now, if the 7 minute can keep going for another minute and a half, I might actually leave it open and just let it run. But let's see.
Going good so far.
Let's see. This is the area that's going to stop it, if it does stop it. I don't like how we've got 1, 2 engulfing candles. Yeah, no. close. We are bouncing off the 200. All the EMAs are coming together, and we have got a wickless there and a wickless there. Might be a nice opportunity for a buy from here on the 1 minute time frame. But yeah, I don't like it for sells right now. So closed basically both of those at break even, which will do nicely. Am I on Telegram, Money Dairy? I am not. No. Well, I am, but I don't have my own Telegram channel. So yeah, and I do have an Instagram.
Hold on a second. Sorry, Michael. Anastasiia, have you checked your chart?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Just checking that we're not like close to your stop loss or anything like that.
No, don't worry. We are still
Why is
far
that
away.
close to a stop loss?
We're still
Miles
in
away from any stop loss.
My stop loss is still higher, Alex.
Ah, okay. Just checking. Just putting it out there, just in case.
He's looking out for you there, Anastasiia. Look at that. Isn't that generosity?
I wouldn't want you to forget about the position or anything like that.
No, exactly. Liban, JP pairs. I wouldn't be touching JP really today because it's not doing anything on the daily. I'd be looking at Euro and CHF pairs with New Zealand and USD. Those would be nice pairs to look at today.
Look at this weakness of US dollar, though. Wow.
That's the thing. Guys, whatever you say, whatever we look at this thing, wherever it says the strongest ones, and you just got to do the opposite.
Not necessarily.
That is how we do it.
Not necessarily.
We buy weakness, we sell strength.
Not necessarily, Alex. Not necessarily. This was yesterday's chart, right? So nice pairs to look at today would have been pound CHF, which is what Alex looked at today, or Aussie CHF, which would also been a nice pair, or New Zealand CHF. I haven't looked at New Zealand CHF. Let's have a look. No, that's a horrible, ugly chart. Let's look at
Michael, these EMA, these SMAs are giving me anxiety. Mate.
Oh,
They're
dude!
giving me anxiety. What are those things? What are
Why
are they just cutting through the chart like that?
Look, I am testing things out.
Okay,
that's what I'm doing. I'm just giving it a go.
They're giving me anxiety. That's all I can say. They're very.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your anxiety. I apologize.
Dodgy.
I apologize profusely for your anxiety. But LJ, is LJ with us today? If LJ's with us, then take it up with LJ.
Yeah, LJ should pop in. He should pop in and chill with us.
Gold reacting as I thought it would. Heading up to the upside. I don't know if it tapped into that.
Green light for LJ as well, Michael.
We've got a green light for LJ.
We've got a green light for LJ.
Let me send him the link.
No, I mean green light for. Oh, there he is.
What? Where?
Green light to make him AlphaBeta.
Oh, right. Good. There we go. He's at the gym. He's at the gym still watching us. There you go. That's commitment. That is commitment. Shabam, thank you. I shouldn't look fresh today, given my lack of sleep, but I appreciate it. Okay, God, I'm loving the love for me today.
Yes. Back long on this lovely trade.
Euro JPY on longs. Ooh, not on the 1 minute. Not on the 1 minute.
Oh shit.
No. Euro JPY is horrible mess of liquidity. I wouldn't be long in it personally. For a long swing.
Looks like everything's consolidating before the retail sales action.
What do you, Anastasiia? You're relatively much better than I am, at least on swing positions. Jonathan's not here. I know he loves a bit of a swing, but what do you think? I don't know.
On what?
On Euro JPY, I can see why. I mean, you've broken this structure on the daily and you pushed up, but you haven't broken this wider range, so it's still ranging. You're basically buying at the top of the range. I wouldn't be going for a swing until it's broken this structure here, personally. But that's just my thought. Do I have a Telegram or YouTube? I do not have Telegram. I do not do Signals. I do not do OnlyFans or anything like that. You can find me over on the AlphaBeta Lab.
Yeah, I do. I have got my own trading OnlyFans there.
We don't have anything there.
Shush. Oh,
No.
this is muted.
Oh, Alex is in a funny mood today. It's that Wednesday wobble. You aren't muted. I can hear you.
Don't worry.
Well, now he needs to mute himself anyway. Oh dear. So you can find me on the AlphaBeta Lab YouTube channel, live streaming every morning, Monday to Thursday, and then every Friday afternoon as well. Sometimes
on this. This is great. This is great.
Trade.
Now this actually has potential of being a very good brand.
Everyone that suddenly jumps out and who's bought the domain.
I'm literally going to.
And you can now, everyone on this stream is now looking to see how much it costs, and it's going to bump up the price like you wouldn't believe.
I'm literally doing that. I'm taking that right now. Only trades. Let's see if there's actually only trades in there. Somebody's already taken it. Somebody's got only trades.
Yeah, you see.
was a good
There's my
brand.
short on gold. Let's have a look.
That's a
Guys,
shame.
I'm gonna go grab coffee. I'm gonna leave you, but I'm gonna be in the background watching USD cut, Alexa. Don't worry, our bet is still going.
It's all right.
We'll keep an eye on it for you.
Just the two of us. Gonna make it if we try. Just the two of us.
You guys, two
You
of you.
and I. There you go.
See you later. Oh dear. Now let the true chaos ensue.
Boom. Okay.
Yasir, no, she doesn't. It's time. 4. That was very loud. That's better.
Sorry.
Yasir, she doesn't have Facebook. She doesn't have Instagram. She has Telegram, and she has the AlphaBeta Lab. That is all. Nothing else is important.
Nothing else but your P&L.
Yeah. Have you noticed, Alex, something about the background that we've got going right now since yesterday? Jonathan hasn't noticed yet.
Oh, wow, very nice. Looks a bit weird.
It's the ABL background.
Yeah, it kind of, but it looks, 5ers ABL at the top. It just looks a bit strange.
It's the ABL takeover of the 5ers.
Yeah, we need to have a times or something. You know what I'm
Times
saying? Yeah,
Yeah.
times, something.
like an X. Yeah.
Yeah.
How can I join the 5ers as an employee?
Depends what you're good at.
LinkedIn, isn't it? Ad jobs are posted on LinkedIn, aren't they, Alex? I think, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Forexly, it depends what you're good at. Bruno says he can sell you something, but I'm not sure what he's going to sell you.
Sell me a dream.
Sell me a dream.
A dream of possibility. A dream of winning trades just falling from the sky.
I'm like that you against all odds. Yeah, I am. That's just who I am. That's who I am. No, if you, in all seriousness, AlphaBeta Lab, that's where I am streaming every day. I'm here on the 5ers stream every day as well with the AlphaBeta Lab takeover. Yeah, that is basically where you can find me at the moment. Alex, are you long on Euro USD? There's that gold sell.
Not long. I'm long pound CHF and USD CAD. Euro does look long, but
Look at that sell on gold.
Yeah, Euro looks good for a long.
That sell on gold is nasty.
Wow. Don't let him pull you in with this one.
Don't ask me, ask LJ. It's LJ. The MAs are the 50, 200 and 100, 50, 100 and 200 simple moving averages. I'm not married to them, just like I'm not married to the EMAs as well. Which are Alex's 21, 50, and 200. You know, I'm not committed to one way or the other.
Secret strategy.
There's 40% of the time works.
You know, you only need to be right 40% of the time.
Oh God, he's here and again. Oh, make sure to hit that like buttons. Yeah, guys, hit the like. Just more importantly, go and subscribe and like the AlphaBeta Lab. Okay, it's, you know, Jonatan and his likes for 5ers. Yeah, okay, but AlphaBeta Lab. He broke his Lego car.
Can you actually start working, please? Can you finish?
Who, me?
No, not you, Jonatan.
Jonatan.
Lego when he's supposed to be trading.
Jonathan's always working. He's working it. Here's Louis. Here's one of our regulars from the ABL, from the AlphaBeta Lab. There you go. It's wait. That's what she said.
I was about to say that's what she said. It's hard being a 5.5 minute.
Look at that gold sell. Who took the gold sell that I got out of? Come on. Do the 5ers really provide a personalized contract after reaching a certain
They do,
level?
but you have to be worth it. You have to be good. You have to be very consistent.
Yep. You got to be the man with the plan. Sly, good afternoon from your edge. Don't fall off it. That's all I would say. I am in since the pullback. Oh, Akash, you're killing me, man. Yeah, I shouldn't have closed it. I should have just stayed in that long. That short. I knew I should have stayed in it. Yeah, where is it going to go though? Is it going to keep going lower? Let's see.
It's quite nice. What Dima did.
What did Dima do?
Michael. Do you want to have a look?
Excuse me, guys. I'll be back in a second. Nice, very nice. But we need him to turn the sound down on both of those.
No, I was talking about the archive. Wait, hold on. Shorter gold.
That as well. Basically, free money. What's free money? What's he talking about?
What is free money?
Good on you, Akash. That is mental strength right there. Don't let somebody else change your edge and change how you trade. Very, very, very good move indeed. Basically, free money on his YouTube channel. Can somebody ban Jonatan from posting in the chat? He's just trolling and spamming us now.
Should we just actually ban him? Yeah, he's been banned.
Watch him jump back in now. Oh, dear.
I wonder if he's been banned from the stream, like he can't actually see it anymore.
Oh,
Never
wouldn't
been
that be
banned.
amazing.
Wow, who would win USD CAD? Anastasia's got 63% and I've got 37. You know what that means? That means I'm going to be right.
Because everyone else is going to be
90%
right at the time
of
that you're
day
right.
traders are wrong.
Okay. Can we ban him from entering? We don't know. We're going to find out soon when he jumps in here saying, "What did you do?" Where was it? Sly, congratulations, my friend.
Well,
Very nicely done. Was
Very-
that your phase 2 high stakes, or what was it? Let us know. There you go, Alex. What about that?
only losses.
Only losses.
We don't think about the losses over here.
We don't dwell on them.
Yeah. Maybe on the same day. The day after we don't. Oh, here he is. Who's that?
There he is.
Big G.
Patiently impatient, Griff. Patiently impatient.
Yes. We've had some
That is what
naughty
we-
trades today. Let's have some very naughty trades. Wait, hold on. I went for coffee, Alex. Is that UC? I hope so. Let's have a look. Yes, it is in profit, and it's going to take Anastasiia out, and I am going to win the bet. Thank you very much. And pound CHF is still running, so those are two really nice trades at the moment. Any giveaway today? Only the knowledge that we're bestowing upon you.
Only the non-signal signals.
You're having so much of this, this professional knowledge. This, it's taken us a combined decade to come here.
Yes. Yasin is. Oh, that's so funny. Yasin is on fire today. Yasin's trolling the chat. That's brilliant. Oh dear. Google faces a £5 billion. Oh, here we go. Here comes.
Oh, here she is. Oh no, we're not going to allow her on.
Yeah.
I thought we were not going to allow her on.
I never said that.
Oh.
I'll have to honor the bet. You won. I'll get
Thank you very much.
You won.
Thank you. Do you know what? That really makes me feel. Do you know what? It takes a strong person to admit when they were wrong, and it shows a lot of character, Anastasiia. Thank you very much.
No worries. Tomorrow we have a competition. I'm gonna get back.
Yeah, but we're on the same team tomorrow.
I know, but John.
Oh, you want to say about P&L? You want another competition? Do you know the loser of that has to wear a clown suit?
Already, so making it fun.
Yeah, okay,
So
yeah.
what was the bet exactly?
Um,
Bet.
yeah, I
No,
thought.
but what does the loser have to do?
Wow, the loser lost the trade.
Oh, is that it?
The loser lost the bet.
Wow, lost the.
Bet.
He's unbanned himself. That's what. I think he's. How is he unbannable?
Oh, because he's probably an admin for the account, isn't he? He's an admin for the YouTube account, so we can't ban him. Dang nabbit.
I could go into the YouTube account and then delete him from there.
Let's just put him in a timeout. Can we put him in a timeout? Let's see if that works.
Yes, you put him in a timeout. That worked.
Do you guys think the coming Easter holidays is what's slowing down the markets? Most definitely.
I don't know if they're. Yeah.
I think they definitely are, and I also think it is It's
I'm
because
already
Tim
leaving.
fell asleep.
Yeah, sorry, Mike. I'm already leaving, guys. Just wanted to give it back to Alex that he was right.
Thank you, Anastasiia. It was a good try. Okay,
That's very honourable of you, Anastasiia.
it was very honourable. It's okay.
I see it made Alex's day better. So
It did, yeah. It made my
His
day
face
much better. It was amazing.
Yeah.
okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you
later.
later.
Watch
Gold
USD
is
CAD come down now and take me out.
Why not give a giveaway due to the lost bet? Excuse me. There you go.
Depends who lost a bit. Yeah, Mike gave away free gold trade.
You got a free. You look at gold. I called the sell up here, and look at that. The fact that I closed it is on me. But what can you do? Please, do you guys think the tariffs is making gold to add value?
I think it's not the
No.
tariffs. It's the geopolitical issues that we have in the Middle East and
Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan.
everything. You know.
No.
Yeah, CHF is still in play. It's
Yes,
now
and
making
I know.
it's now making a head and shoulders on the lower time frames. If you have a look at the 5 minute.
He wants pound CHF. On the 1 minute, it's going lower.
No, if you look at it as a head and shoulders, mate.
Where?
What do you mean? Where on the 1 minute? There you go. You've got the left shoulder, right shoulder, and then you got
What, inverted, you mean?
no. Look,
That isn't
No.
a head and shoulders.
yeah, it is
No, it's not.
a head and shoulders. Then you don't think that's a head and shoulders? Let's have a look.
The shampoo.
It's a shampoo, L'Oreal.
No, head and shoulders is a shampoo.
So that
Gold going for
to
lower.
me, that to me looks like it
you.
is. You know, doing a. So really, you know, I missed out the shoulder. It would come down like that.
Not so sure about that.
Yeah, that's on the 5 minute. I'm on the 15 minute. It looks a lot better.
It does look better on the 1 hour.
Yeah, on the 1 hour, it's just doing it looks like a flag type of.
And the 4 hour looks even better. We have got 1 hour and 10 minutes, guys, until the news. Just so you know, 1 hour and 10 minutes till the news. Let's see, how many of you guys that are watching us right now, how many of you, we've literally got the link to AlphaBeta Lab on the screen all the time.
Alex, the shoulder is lower than that head. It depends
Thank
what
you,
time frame
Henry.
you look at.
Thank you.
That,
See, sometimes
I'm sorry.
That
That to me, what is that? That is, you know, that is to me a shoulder and a head. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Inverted head and shoulders, gold 1 minute. Alex does inversions, not me. Alex is the inversion king. 764 people.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
The only thing, you know, if this wasn't gold and this was like anything else, I'd probably take that bet. Of it coming to take out those. to that level.
It didn't leave much behind though on the way down. So I don't think there is really anything for it to go back and, I mean, there's some, but nothing significant.
Just saying, yeah, I'm not trading this. This is just there.
What? No. 50 minute. It does look long. Short, sorry. It does look short. Strong shorts on the 45 minute and on the 22 minute.
Yeah. Where? Let's have a look. Where on the? But it's on. You know, it's short on support right now. So it's like, again, you're shorting. It will be on. You're shorting into support that has been. Gold's difficult. It's difficult.
Yeah. Spider, I don't know who you think wants to be in a trade, but I could be in a trade or not be in a trade. I don't really care. But
Yeah.
it is generally what the audience wants. It's kind of part and parcel of the content generation.
Yeah, we are. We're in two different trades though. We're in pound CHF long and USD CAD long, and then we've got gold that's somebody's long or somebody's short. I don't know.
Yeah, gold could go long from here, but not very far. If the lows get respected on the 1 minute and it wicks up, then that's a nice opportunity for longs.
Oh no, the Canadian dollar looks really nice now to start moving.
Shubham, I have never been to India, but I do have several friends in India and from India. And the company I used to work for, I helped them open up offices or kind of move offices in India, and they're just opening up a big center there as well. So yeah, but never been. Would love to give it a try, but wife and kids, a little bit tricky. Fair value gap 5 minute gold hasn't been taken. It says gone. Gone.
Don't know. It looks like, to me, it looks at the moment like it's coming down.
What do you think on the next month, Sly? I mean, I have no idea. The only thing I would tell you is right now gold only looks bullish. So if you're trading shorts like I was earlier, only trade them for intraday. Don't try and trade them for any other time.
Euro dollar looks like it wants to break out.
There we go. Lower time frame liquidity on gold has been taken, so it's going lower. Next reaction point would be 329. 3292.50.
I think euro dollar is going to start pushing up. It's like doing a little bit of a flag pattern. The target of the flag pattern is literally taking out the highs, and it looks like it's going for it. Really nice how it's just stuck in, coiling up. It's like really tight 15-minute range.
What's Euro Aussie dollar doing today? Has anyone looked at Euro Aussie dollar today?
Euro Aussie dollar.
That's also doing a bit of a flag pattern, isn't it?
Could be a nice place to get in, to be honest.
Longs, don't you think?
Yeah.
If you look at the big move on the 15-minute,
Only thing, if you have a look on the 4 hour, only thing I don't like kind of that.
long wick
Yeah,
up.
I know what you're trying to say. You're saying like, I don't know. It's a bit-
Just look at the 15-minute, how it broke previous structures, and has broken up. We're now basically at 50%, aren't we? I'm guessing.
I know.
We've actually come down to the 6180.
Gold is my setup, but I am not taking it. No way am I shorting it. No way. Not on support.
I'm gonna long Euro Aussie.
There's so many other. You could long euro dollar right now, and that would be a safer bet.
Let's see.
Like euro dollar right now is pushing out, and you could have your stop literally under the lows. You can probably get a nice risk to reward if you entered it right now. Get out at the top of that. That'd be a 2 to 2.5 risk trade if you wanted to get into that.
Euro USD.
That's what I think. I think USD really wants to start pushing out.
I can't see it. Doesn't seem like it doesn't. I don't feel like it has enough legs in it.
Look on the 4 hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with it. It's long. I just think there's more length in the Euro Aussie. And the Aussie is showing a lot of strength right now. So bounce it back off. Sorry, it was showing strength yesterday. So we'll see.
Wow, gold is actually pushing down to take out those lows, huh?
Let's have a look. Goldilocks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just watch out for when it gets to 3292.36. At least on forex.com. It will possibly be a little bit tricky.
What was that, ATR? Do you know how many times I've said that and it's just continued? Out of every single asset that I've traded, I'm profitable on all of them except for gold. So
Alex doesn't like the shiny stuff.
no, I love the shiny stuff, but I just need to get.
So the shiny stuff doesn't like Alex.
Need to come to the understanding that I'm just clearly not good at trading it. Maybe it's because I'm just a little bit too greedy with it. Don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Mate, it's really game changer for this. I quit smoking and I quit coffee with this. Obviously, I've got back on coffee.
What's the tally challenge?
So the tally challenge is basically doing a tally chart. I put it on ABL not so long ago. The only thing with waking up at 5 a.m., like I was doing the 5 a.m. and the visualizations, the problem is, I had loads of weddings and loads of stuff to do. I can't wake up at 5 o'clock after I've gone to bed at 3. So it's very, very difficult. But when you're trying to, like a bad habit, like smoking or stuff like that, this is really, really powerful. I haven't touched a cigarette in a very, very long time. I do smoke cigars, but that is not classed as smoking. That's
As does Jonatan on a regular basis.
yeah. I don't class that as smoking. I class that as puffing chocolate hair.
Chocolate. Puffing chocolate air.
Chocolate hair.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There you go. Gold's up again. Gold is just, you can imagine gold is just chewing up so many accounts right now. All those people that FOMO on the way down are now going to FOMO on the way up.
It could still come down, but this area I've already marked out is an EMA. So I always mark these. If you ever see these kind of levels, unless it's like a trend line, but if you see them like this just means I'm marking out EMAs on different time frames, so I know where they are. And what it's just done is just wick down, and now obviously on a 5 minute it's coming back up. So on a 15 minute you're looking at this being a wick, which isn't ideal.
It's not ideal, son.
It's not ideal. It's not an ideal on there. Hey, I don't think any of these this pound Swiss is going to do anything until New York opens. And I don't think CAD is going to do anything until New York opens as well. Euro, I think, is going to start pushing up.
Euro's going to go. Euro's going to go. Euro's going to go.
Euro's going to go.
Euro's going to go.
Euro's going to go. How many people here are full-time traders out of curiosity?
Let us know. And don't forget, guys, like, follow, and subscribe to this channel, but also, more importantly, the AlphaBeta Lab. Wait for Uncle Jerome to arrive at the podium today evening and see roulette starts to spin. Yeah. Quite possible, RC. Quite possible indeed.
Nice.
There's quite a few.
I will. Do you know what? I think over the last, I don't know if it's the conditions, but I've seen, there's traders are getting better. Traders are getting much better. I don't think, it used to be like 99% or 90% of traders. I think that is slowly getting a lot better. I think it's around about like 70 or. Let me have a look.
Euro Aussie, what you doing?
What do you reckon is another question? Sorry, guys. What do you reckon is the hardest part of trading when you first start?
And who would be up for a challenge where you get like a prizes or something like that for that. But who likes the idea of a challenge where you have to just make a certain amount of money every day, like a minimum amount? So just like $25 per day trading, nothing more, just $25. Who would be up for something like that? It's a bit like we did like
Yeah, or
like we did with a
target.
no, we did like a redemption royale, right? Recently in the 5ers community, on ABL, thinking of doing something like where you get a demo account and we do kind of like a thing where let's say you got a 5k account and your only job is to make $25 profit each day, nothing more than that, just 25. Who would be up for that?
Okay, so we've got 5 out of 10% keep their funded accounts past 3 months. Prop traders. Traders on CFD brokerages, around 76% of retail traders lose money. And the general statistic is 90% of day traders lose all of their money. Yeah, this is a big one.
Mm-hmm.
This is big. Confidence to execute. Good way of solving this is just halve your position, or a less position, whatever you're going to normally do, halve it, and until you really just don't care about it, and then just keep doing that and keep doing it, and then just slowly add. That's what I used to do. I used to trade really. I've got videos of me trading super small amounts.
Mm-hmm. Steven's up for it. Just, particularly if you're a full-time trader, it's off the back of what we were talking about last week with Scruffy. And it's an idea that I had on the stream with Alex yesterday, to basically just make it a job. So to switch yourself off from just chasing the money and, greed kicking in and everything else. Your only objective is to make a fixed amount per day, nothing more. There'd be a bit of competition to it, but it'd be basically a learning, an educational thing.
I'm trading funded accounts, mate.
And I'm on 2 challenges: a bootcamp 100 phase 1 and a high stakes phase 2 5k.
I would stick him up on screen, but I'll get told off.
Over the last several years of day trading, now I feel everything in practice is amplified. Only lowered is ego and greed. Nice. Excuse me, EUR USD didn't go up, Alex?
Well, still in play. Look, still could be just testing that and then go. Well, I do think it still needs a little bit of momentum, but definitely still think it's in play. What's your strategy? Not trading strategy to pass a challenge. I literally trade challenge the exact way as I trade the funded account. probably risk the same as well.
Alex changes nothing.
Yeah.
Do or die.
Yeah. Don't forget, when you're trading the funded account, you are doing a test. So, you know, so if you're doing a test, you got to bring your A game, and risking like a sissy, you know. I 100% agree to this. Yeah, I do think certain pairs have certain types of ways that they like moving. Gold really before it moves, really likes taking traders out and causing so many people pain before it actually makes its proper move.
Yep.
JPY, yen pairs also do something quite similar. I feel like pound dollar, euro dollar, normally when they go, they don't really, especially if you have your stop at turning points like that, or, you know, they don't tend to come all the way back and wick out and then go up. They normally stick to structure much better. You know, those little things, I think.
Trader Joe, welcome if you're just joining us. Not sure I understand what you mean.
No, not order flow, mate. To be honest, haven't got any. It's CFD as well, so
Exactly.
and I don't really. I guess you can use futures order flows and stuff like that, but to be honest, I don't really need it.
Anastasiia uses it.
She uses order flow, yeah, but
yeah,
I try to keep my trading as simple as possible. So the less things that I've got to look at, the less things that I've got to think about. That's just the easiest thing. Keep it silly simple. Passed my first ever account when I was it was a 5ers account back in when I first started when I first started working at the 5ers around about 2021, I think it was.
And I passed mine about a year ago.
When did you start trading, Michael, though? You started trading not so long ago.
Yeah, about 2 years ago. 2 and a bit years ago. Alex does never go small lot sizes. Never. Alex doesn't know.
It's not small lot sizes. It's the risk. The risk I normally risk around about, depending on the setup, around about 1.5–2%. I have in the past done 3%, but that's only when I've seen, you know, like, hands down, by the book, really lovely trade, and with a little bit of luck. Honestly, luck doesn't matter, because you can get into some trades and they look absolutely beautiful and you can still lose. You have to have a little bit of luck on your side as well.
Ankit, that's a very strange question to ask on a prop firm stream.
TFT, fantastic prop firm right there.
As Anastasiia quite rightly points out, it is the 5ers, the prop firm that you are watching right now.
We're not just saying it because we're from the 5ers. I honestly would say up there's a few firms that are really top quality firms, and one of them is the 5ers, because just for the pure fact that the execution, the commissions, everything that you get, the time to get your payout, sometimes people get it within under 2 hours. There's only one other firm that I know that pays that quick. And I'll say FTMO. They pay that quick. They pay the same amount of time. So there are those two. CTI, no way, Lawrence. You cannot tell me CTI is up there. No way, mate.
Mm.
No way.
One thing I would say is, because I had I was lucky enough to have a conversation with Gil, the founder of the 5ers, today, in fact. And the one thing that strikes me more than I had even before is how genuinely he, as a founder, wants to educate people and wants to provide education for people on the markets and the financial markets. It's genuinely a true passion of his. And when you've got somebody like that as the founder of the 5ers and who's still, leading the business and, leading the group, that makes a difference as well.
The way that Gil founded the 5ers, how he was doing it was he was trading with his friends. They got into a big group. They all put their money in and started trading together, and basically had a fund. And then slowly, some of those traders, decided that they didn't want to continue. They were doing other things in their lives and so on and so forth. But Gil started bringing in other traders to trade with him in a group. And it just organically grew to what you have now. But, there's some people that are running prop firms that haven't even got trading experience, so. Yeah, at least I told you, mate, it's really tricky. That's why I say not looking for, even if it goes within my plan of shorting, because it did look like a really nice short. I'm just not doing it. Just came wick down underneath the EMA and then has found support and pushing up. No, PayPal though, to be fair, you could say anything to PayPal and they will refund anything, They're quite good with that, to be fair. Oh, hello, Mayush. I am indeed. Want to say hi to the gang, to the crew, to the... Wait, hold on. Okay. Wow, there you go, guys. I guess we weren't expecting that. Come... Michael, can't hear you, mate.
Thanks, mate. Sorry about that, guys. This euro Aussie dollar trade is not looking great for me at the moment. I want to see it just pull up a little bit more so I can just close at break even, because I'm not exactly thrilled at the way it's playing out on the 1 minute right now. Hoping to see a little bit of a pull back up so I can... That timer didn't last very long.
Instead of getting...
He's braking his car.
I agree with this. I agree. The direct to your bank account is so much better. And I think this will be something in the future. Instead of crypto, Rise is okay, but then you have to send it all to Kraken, and it's just a little bit more effort. Gold is moving, yep. Pound CHF is not really doing. Silver, let's have a look at silver. EU. Yeah, whatever.
Morning, Nathan. Whereabouts are you, Nathan, that it's still, well, it's morning for you?
Wow, that's beautiful. Really nice. same
LJ?
type of pennant happened on, what was that trade? I think
I'm
it
not
was
sure.
on pound.
An audio only stream. Can you not see our screen?
Yeah, mate, you're literally the only one that's having an issue. Silver, mate, is just like gold. It's long.
It's
it's
very
gonna-
very it's very wiki though,
Is it?
especially on the 5ers. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd look for 33.89.
Yeah. No. We do not have a dark screen. I've just checked on the live stream, and we seem to be okay. So
Yeah,
maybe
finally,
refresh.
USD CAD pushing out. I can't take this on. I've taken this. I've got a challenge running at the moment, and I've taken it on that one. Can't take this on a funded one though, because we've got too much news coming through.
Come on, Euro, Aussie. Where's LJ? I need LJ to buy some.
I will
some
sell gold
Euro.
at
Aussie for me.
940, 3270. No chance, mate. No chance. No chance. It's not happening anytime soon. I don't think so. The fact that this has broken the EMAs now is a little bit concerning. Because it's not, what you would want to see really is, it push up, even if it does that kind of flaggish pattern. You wouldn't want it to go and spike and do that, which it has done on the lower time frames.
Mm-hmm.
If we look on the 5 minute, you'd want to see if it was, you would want to see it start pushing up quite. Not ideal. Yeah, USD CAD looks really nice. Did call that out in the ABL this morning.
What do you think of USD CHF?
Yeah, I'm gonna close my pound CHF. I don't like it either. Yeah, I've closed my pound CHF.
USD CHF. It's kind of, if you look at it on the 5 minute, it's basically just hovering around the 50% level of the last move. If you look on the 5 minute. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at as well, Lawrence.
Yes, I can explain. So, I have just spoke about this earlier, but we'll go through it quickly. So, look, if we're looking on a weekly time frame, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches on this level. Clear, strong level, push, break above the level. Now we're having a retest on it. Now, that impulsive candle down on a weekly, there was no retracement on that weekly time frame at all. So all I'm looking for was even just, if we're going to be conservative, a retracement into a 50 or even a retracement onto that EMA. That's the idea. That's what I was looking for. So if we go then down to the 5 minute or we go down to the 15 minute, we're looking at this area here where you've had, again, the same type of thing. You've had all of this consolidation, break above the EMAs, above the range. Then you have a nice little level, which coincides with a fib retracement, so 50 fib on a level, higher time frame retracement. You know, it's kind of a no-brainer, to be honest. The issue I had with this yesterday is I was actually long this yesterday, and I was very, 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 very frustrated. I took this long. I took the long. Took the long here before news. It pushed up. I got greedy and decided that I was going to put my take profit up to here, and because it pushed up so fast, I actually put my trailing stop to break even. It came, spiked me out, and then went off. So that's what you get when you get greedy. And if you have a look on that as well, I got taken out in like the prime place to get in. So I really messed up yesterday with my trading. I'll show you actually the trade. History. It was where is that USD curve? That's strange.
How do you know when you're profitable? Apart from the obvious, when there's money in your account. I'm assuming you're talking about demo. If you're talking about demo, then you can't really say that you're profitable, even when you're on demo. You've got to find the strategy that works for you, and you've got to make the numbers work. Alex is right 40% of the time, but he's profitable. And the reason he's profitable is because he works on a 1 to 2
risk
trade
reward.
strategy. Yeah. So you can do if you can find or figure out a strategy that works for you, that gives you a bigger risk to reward, then you don't even have to, you can even have a much lower win rate. Really entirely up to you. So yeah, that's what you got to start with, and then you can figure out what's profitable for you. That's how I would define it. I mean, ultimately, it's when you're consistently getting trades and getting them in. I was right on, what was I right on? Gold. Let's have a look. Yeah, it didn't come down as far as I thought it was going to. Where did it come down to? What did it react from? Yeah, it reacted from this 1 minute wick in here. Okay. Yeah. Looked like a nice I mean, it wouldn't have been one that I would necessarily have caught, and it looks like it might whipsaw you back down again now, because it's taken that 1 hour liquidity. So I'd be careful with gold. It looks very, very, very volatile right now. So yeah, just be careful with your positions. Don't get caught out. Yes, we do have indices as well on the 5ers. We have got the DAX, the 3 main US ones. So the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ. We also have the FTSE, and we have the Nikkei, Japanese Nikkei. So, Akash, that is the way it works. That is the way it works. But yeah, USD CHF is selling off again. Interesting to see if it's going to catch its breath at any point. I do feel as though we're in a nice area for it to react from. So we'll see if we can get that reaction. Is there something called bank reset? With the 5ers, no. That is not something that the 5ers offer. So yeah. Good answer. Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy with a G. Don't see that very often. But yeah, that's the best way to look at it. But make sure you've got your edge and your strategy that works for you, whether you're full-time or part-time. If you're part-time, you need something as well that isn't going to take up a lot of your time. So yeah. You are most welcome, Cayman. No problem at all. USD CHF still not getting any real strength. Pound yen says, I mean, I don't know if, is it Jola or Yola? Because in Poland we'd call you Yola. I don't know if that's how we call it wherever you are. But pound yen, let's have a look. Alex is busy gassing, so we'll just take his screen off. And let's go have a look at pound yen. Pound yen, I wouldn't be looking at anything at that right now. I would be very, very cautious because that is just barcoding. It's left liquidity on either side here on the 1 hour, there and there with an inside bar, and then it's also left one up here as well. It's getting ready to catch people out on both sides, so I'd be very, very careful with pound yen right now. We're finally getting a bit of a push on USD CHF. Don't know how long it's going to last, but let's see. I'm hoping that this level here is going to trigger a response. That's my hope. So I'm in a long right now, on a bit of drawdown at the moment, but I'm hoping to see it push back up and to come up to the highs, but we'll see. Don't like the way that the moving averages are closing back down. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. But we're a long way off the 200. So I'm hoping to see us try and reclaim that. I don't have a favorite as such, Jeremy. I look at the strength scores. So if it's currencies, I look at the strength scores and I look at what, if I take yours, LJ is home again and has returned just as I'm about to finish the stream, LJ. Yeah, basically the strength scores, if I remove the banner for a second, just give you a view on, this is on marketmilk.babypips.com. And what they do is they just give you a strength score on each of the currencies based on all the different cross pairs, all the 28 cross pairs. And so at the moment, right now on the daily chart, we've got very significant weakness on the dollar and very significant strength on the yen, on the Swiss franc. So I'd be looking at those two as having a significant divergence with potential volatility and opportunities to trade. The other way I look at it is I look at the last closed on the daily. So yesterday, the Swiss franc was very weak, hence why we're seeing it very strong today. And we've seen the New Zealand pound and Aussies quite strong yesterday. So again, I'd be looking to see if there's divergence to trade the following day on either of those, is what I'd be looking at. And unfortunately, Swiss dollar Swiss has broken past that level. So I'm less convinced of this long now on here. Can't really see anywhere where we're going to get any support at the moment. Possibly in here. Let's see. Have we got? We might not see any support until we get down here. Yeah, can't see anything else right now. It's a lot of dead air down here. Not the best of trades to be in right now. We have got that though. We have got this, but I don't think that's enough on the 3 minute. Let's see. On the 1 minute. Yeah. There's a lot of liquidity down here, which I regret not looking into and marking out. It would have given me a more certain idea of where we're likely going, which feels as though it might be south. Let's see. We haven't come down to this level yet, so we have broken this one. We've got this level here as an inside bar on the 1 minute, and we're reacting away from it, but not very strongly on any time frame. So doesn't look too good for me right now. Nope. Don't like that at all at the moment. Okay, let's see. That's a nice wick though. That's a nice wick rejection. That's a really nice wick rejection away from that liquidity level. If it can keep going, I'll be very happy with that. Yeah. That might do it. That might do it. We might get a little bit of a pump now on USD CHF, hopefully. We'll see. Forexly, I said it earlier. I'll say it again. Go check out LinkedIn. Go find LinkedIn The5ers account, and they've got jobs posted there, I think. What is a bank reset? So as far as I know, unless you're thinking of something else, or because I don't know where you're getting the phrase bank reset from, but I'm assuming it's a reset of your trading account. So yeah, it's where the broker or the prop firm resets your trading account, I guess back to zero or back to the funded amount. I guess I don't know where your question's coming from. What's behind your question? CHFJPY to Luke on the 1 minute. Yeah, looks nice for longs. Yeah, not sure how far it's going to go. It might just come up to here. So I'd wait and see on that one, Raphael. Lawrence, you've got a limit on what? Sorry, I haven't seen what you're talking about. Can I check euro pound? Yes, I can. Euro pound. Consolidating on the 5 minute. Same on the 15 minute. I wouldn't want to trade that just right now because it's just triangle down. I don't like the look of that at all. I'd want to see it creating some kind of structure, taking these highs on these on the 1 hour. So you got one there, another one there, and another one there. So it doesn't look great. So I would be checking those.
Alex, can you help me out with something?
He's busy chatting somebody up.
Yeah. Alex.
Yeah, he's busy. How's your Lego, Jonathan?
All good, man. So I just tried out the motors and everything, and now I'm putting them back into the package. I can give them to my son.
So you've checked that they work, you've played with them, and now your son can actually play with them.
Yeah, they're super fast. Like I put them on. I had a little car, and I put them on, and they were way faster than I thought. So they went straight into the wall, and the whole car broke.
Nice.
That's fun.
That's the beauty. It's the beauty of Lego is that you can break it. So it's
Yeah.
it's not terminal when you break a Lego.
Definitely.
Definitely a good way to go. Who have you got with you this afternoon?
No one.
No one.
Don't with me. I think I got someone. Let me see. Someone. Yeah, Victor and Alex is coming in later. Yep.
Wonder where Alex could be. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Yeah, Alex could be in.
looking
He's
company.
gonna be in later.
Good stuff. Alrighty, well listen, I'm going to leave you to it then. It's been a pleasure, guys. What I would like to do, if I can, Jonathan, I'd like to test out the outro, the new outro that we have for ABL. I'm just going to upload it. We've got a new lowered sound on it because everyone was complaining about the sound volumes. So
Yeah, just upload it and we'll try it out.
Upload it and let's see if it deafens everyone again or not. Hopefully it doesn't. But let us know, guys, in the chat, and hopefully it's a better volume for everybody. And yeah.
Oh, USD cat looking good. Nice. Nice.
Were you in a buy on that or a sell?
Yeah, buy.
So you and Alex are on the same page there. I see. Alrighty, here we go, guys. Lovely to see you all, and I'll see you guys next time.
All right, take care, Mike.
That's not working.
I think you uploaded the background.
Oh, you numpty, Michael. Here we go. Let's try that again.
Yeah.
Silly Mike. Anyway, so Lego, yeah. Fun.
It is fun.
It is. All right, here we go.
All right, let us know what the if the sound was good on that one. I think it's pretty good. I think it was pretty good. Okay, so we got a long setup on the USD CAD. That was the trade shared by Alex. We got one win, one loss for the Alex signals. You can find the link in the description of the YouTube video. You can go to Alex's Telegram signals channel, where he gives away free signals, and if you want premium signals, it's one Bitcoin. I am kidding. He does not have a signal service. Okay, still quite loud, but not deafening. Okay, good. Okay, so USD CAD. I'm gonna open the go to MetaTrader here. Where is MetaTrader? MetaTrader is. Here it is. Okay, so that's the trade on USD CAD. What happened with the background? The background is gone. Let's add the background again. There we have. That's the background. Where's the music? All right. Let's do this. Make some money. Okay, USD CAD here. That's a beautiful breakout. Little time for a breakout. Good. Very nice little break and retest here on that level. Got that entry filled perfectly on USD CAD. I doubled my position. Actually, I tripled my position up here, and I got the TP up here. I'm gonna lower that TP down to that level right there, making a tiny amount of money. But this is on the hypergrowth evaluation, taking it very slow, very easy with this one. It seems like the I've just recently connected the EAs to this account as well. Slightly different signals because you don't like you can't just connect all the EAs to different accounts. It's going to flag you most likely for the risk department. So slightly different signals on those. We're gonna go to GBP JPY. I got the EA. I got different EAs. Right, I got 2 EAs running on gold. I got 1 EA running on GBP JPY and 1 on Euro JPY, and then 1 on NASDAQ. And we're gonna be looking at what the signals are on GBP JPY. Sometimes they make no sense. Sometimes they don't make a lot of sense, but overall, through back testing and all of that, quite profitable nonetheless. What's your thought about news? What news? What news specifically? What's the question? All right, let's go to GBP JPY. Let's take a look at this. This EA is supposed to be sort of a it's a breakout. It's an EA built based on a yeah, sir, I'm sorry, but that was a joke. Alex does not have a Telegram with signals. So this EA is based on a more of a swing trading breakout system, and you can see here that actually the signals are quite interesting actually. So actually, I like this. It seems like a fairly good. I gotta adjust the layout here. Just give me a second. I can get a bigger screen here. Right, that's better. So, this kind of makes sense for a breakout trade on GBP JPY. We have at the very highest right here, we can go in. So the idea here is that it's going to open up a long position, obviously, when it hits that level right here, and then TP up here. Now, I can, of course, adjust, go in here and actually adjust the orders, maybe, move my TP down here if I think that makes more sense. But do you really want to adjust the signals of an EA? I don't think that's a good idea. Because I've tested it over the course of many thousand trades, and these settings have shown to be historically the best settings. But when testing an EA or a strategy like this, it's not visually looking at any of the levels.
USD CAD.
Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking really good. I just opened I tripled my position on this one.
Yeah, it is moving very nicely. There is news coming out in 10 minutes.
Ah, shit.
So just remove your stop losses.
Right. Okay. So what news is that? Right, that's retail sales, of course. Retail sales, which should take me straight to TP. No problem at all. Okay, so that's GBP JPY. We're going to move to, I don't have any orders open on NAS because that breakout system is not trading during April. The USD. Move this one here. Why am I not able to put the navigator? Okay, that's better. All right, so where do we have your JPY? Right here. All right, and the same thing goes for Euro JPY. We'll enter a long position if we break this area TP at these highs. Now, it's interesting to note that it kind of makes sense according to price action, but this EA is not developed using any sort of price action techniques or any sort of visualization. It's only, you know, only looking at the numbers and different indicator combinations. Henry says, have a look at NCD CAD for perfect example of uptrend and continuation. Okay, let's take a look. Going to be moving over to trading view for that type of analysis. I wonder if Alex can hear me in the background. A little bit smaller. Okay, NCD CAD. Yeah, I like that. So we have got this uptrend, and it's this looks good. It's a very clean uptrend. Now, of course, when I'm seeing this, what I'm thinking is, let's go out and we're going to remove some things here. All this old analysis. Now, what I'm thinking when I see this is obviously the first thing that comes to mind is obviously an uptrend and then possible distribution range, right? So what we're seeing right here is obviously an uptrend. It's reaching a sort of consolidation, maybe a distribution range, maybe reaccumulation before a move higher. What adds to the idea of this potentially being a reaccumulation range is the fact that it's happening above a major zone of potential resistance. If you add this run right here, that could be a major zone of resistance. If you go out to the daily, yeah, it's definitely above that level. So this is interesting, right? Now, for a directional move, we will want to see a break in either direction, either a break to the upside or to the downside. So I believe that is what we should be looking for on NCD CAD. We do have news coming out of Canada tomorrow. No, today. Today. Yeah, it's the interest rate decision. Obviously, we're not going to be trading this. But a break to the upside, most likely going to see a trend continuation to the upside, and the break to the downside, most likely most likely a rejection here, and this then turns into a distribution range. So definitely something very interesting to watch here. I am long BTC. What do you think? Well, let's take a look at Bitcoin and I'll tell you exactly what I think. Okay, so let's do some analysis here on Bitcoin. Now it's quite obvious that Bitcoin is, let's go to this one right here. Okay, so it is quite obvious that Bitcoin is currently trading. So I remember seeing a tweet from Peter Brandt yesterday, I believe, and he had this trend line on. So you can kind of see which trend line I mean here on Bitcoin, something like that, right? Something like that. And then you see that Bitcoin kind of breaks above that trend line. Now, what he wrote and what I completely agree with, I guess it's not a bit about agreeing with him. He's pretty much an authority when it comes to technical analysis. So you kind of have to agree with him, right? He says that a trend line is the least important, support and resistance levels what you have in trading, especially when you have horizontal levels. So if you have to choose between a trend line or a horizontal level, let's say, for example, you have a trend line and then right above that trend line you have resistance. So if that trend line breaks, the horizontal level will always be the important level and the stronger level. And this is very clear with the Bitcoin. So I've added this descending trend line channel here. So instead of having a trend line, I'm adding a trend line channel to kind of show that there's always going to be an area around the trend line. Just like with a horizontal level, there's like a buffer zone around the trend line, which creates sort of a trend line area or a trend line channel, if you will. And technically, Bitcoin broke above this trend line, but it went straight into that horizontal resistance level at around 86K, and the market structure is still bearish. So that trend line means doesn't really mean a lot. Going into the 4 hour, or let's go even to the 1 hour, what we see right here is a low time frame range for Bitcoin. We're ranging between 83.4, 83.5 up to the range highs at around 85.5 to 86K. Now, this is the range that needs to break for Bitcoin to have a directional move. So for a trade on Bitcoin intraday, sure, a long based on this support up to maybe range EQ that we're currently about to test most likely soon, or a move up to the high time frame resistance, which is also the range highs right here. That is an interesting play, or maybe short up here if you find the setups to do so. But for more of a long-term or swing trade, if you're not in a position now, I would recommend waiting for either range lows to break or range highs to break on Bitcoin before we do anything. What do you think about gold? I have a lot of thoughts on gold. Let's take a look at that. So right now we have on the daily, we've added the fibs here on the daily, and we can see that gold likes to react to these fibs right here. We have specifically a level that got tested and reacted perfectly to was the minus 0.236. You can see it right here on the daily. If we go into the 1 hour, you see that that is also the range highs of the previous range, where when we broke the upside, we had a strong reaction to the upside. Even though price is not perfectly reacting to the 0.382 level, we do see that it's still it's showing some type of reaction with a consolidation around this area. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Sam. He's had a lot of negative things to say about prop firm. Interestingly enough, though, I saw that he reached out to a prop firm. They're going to do an interview talking about the prop firm space. But, I 100% respect Peter Brandt. He is a great trader and a great market analyst. He's one of those where he's like a very good analyst and also a very good trader, and he's he's a market wizard. Like, what's not to like? Okay, so we're creating some sort of consolidation here on the lower time frames around this level. That's on the just to show you that zone on the hourly. Then we can go into the 1 minute to see what we can find here. So on the 1 minute, gold is consolidating here with overall higher lows on swing points, but what I'm seeing here is sort of like a could be a pennant, right? Could be some form of pennant forming here. It's not perfect, and price pattern is okay. This is not a pennant, but what I'm talking about is like these levels. We might form some type of pennant here. something like that, right? And if this is then if this is the pennant, symmetrical pennant, we're looking at something like this perhaps for gold. But now, you know, I'm just drawing something here. This doesn't really mean anything and it's not perfect, but what we can say about this is we have at least a couple of boundaries that we can play off, right? So we have at least a couple of boundaries to the upside, which is that one right there as resistance. And then we have this level acting as support. So whatever you call this, adding these trend lines would create some type of support and resistance levels. But remember what I said about the importance of horizontal levels. So if we add horizontal levels right here, instead of looking at the trend lines, you will see that they're pretty much telling us the same thing, but they would be...
Am I supposed to be on right now?
Nah, you're supposed to be on in 30 minutes.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna go and have some food. Wow, that news didn't do anything. Didn't do anything.
No, not really. No. No, I think everyone's just still focused on
tariffs and Trump.
Tariffs, yeah. They don't really care about anything else, you know.
Care about all that. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so trend lines, right? We have these trend lines, and it's very sexy to put on a couple of triangles and say like, oh, this is that pattern, and it has this win rate, and when it breaks out, this is the measured move and all of that, and it looks good, and it's fun to do that sort of technical analysis. But then you ignore the trend lines and you instead add the horizontal levels, and there's much more room for error, and the structure becomes much more clean and clear, and now you have much better areas of confinement of price action, and also much more actionable levels for risk management. Now, we're all different. We trade in very different ways, and you might like trading with trend lines, and you might like, you know, what is it, managing your risk with these trend lines levels. But do never ignore the horizontal levels. Never ignore the horizontal levels. If you have to choose between a trend line or horizontal level, understand that horizontal levels is 90% of the time most likely going to be stronger. But this is the range that we're looking at right now for gold. So what's the trade here? Well, looking at how gold has behaved in the past, it creates very strong movement once a key level is broken, which of course that pretty much always happens. But what I mean is, specifically with gold, when you have a strong breakout to the upside, it likes to continue. If it's a real breakout, it rarely retests the breakout level. At least that's what we've seen in the current environment, in the current trading environment that gold has been in for the last, shall I say, last few years? Yeah, I'd like to say all the way since, well, actually not last few years, but last year or so. We had the breakout in March 2024, and after that breakout, we've seen a very strongly trending market, and we've also seen that most of the major breakouts have not really been retested. Well, okay, not most, but it happens, right? It happens. A lot of the big breakouts, they tend to continue. But I am also seeing a trend that is starting to look quite parabolic. And you got to ask yourself, do you want to be buying a parabolic uptrend where it's almost sloping straight up to the upside? It feels like the end of a trend most of the time happens on a strong impulse move with high volume and high volatility. Speaking of volume, let's take a look at volume. So for that, we have to go to the futures market, because we can't really trust the volume in the forex market because it's decentralized. William says, I look at the trend line, which almost comes together with the horizontal ones when possible. That gives me a very good indication to, yeah, that's the thing. Trend lines, okay, so trend lines, they work good when there's no horizontal levels around. But there's always going to be a horizontal level around. But when the only strong level on the chart is the trend line, then trend line works great. So for example, you have high time frame support and high time frame resistance, and then you see a break above support, and you see that price is beginning to reach that resistance zone, and the trend is bouncing off a clear trend line between high time frame support and high time frame resistance. In that case, trading that trend line based on the trend is obviously beneficial. But if you have support and resistance, and you have resistance up here and price is trading right below that resistance, but it's breaking a trend line, that means nothing. Well, I've just looked at gold. I've looked at gold for the last 10 minutes. Now we're still looking at gold. Okay, so what we can do here is we can look at. We're not really seeing any massive differences in. In the volume spikes here on gold, are we? I mean, the volume coming in here on that breakout, right? Like this is a good indication of some really good volume coming in, you know, in a big move to the upside. That's insane volume right here. And then you see a big volume spike here at the top. So that's a big volume spike. And of course we have a big volume spike on that move to the downside. But other than that, I feel like there's not much to say. Not much to say in terms of volume here. Actually, what's interesting to note here is that we could potentially see. It's gonna go in here and change a couple of things. How do I remove the sessions? The ones in the background here. Okay, never mind. So what we do see here is we actually have declining volume. This would be I kind of feel like you have a divergence here between volume and price. And the way we should look at volume is we should look at volume in the sense that volume is confirming price. So if you have an uptrend with increasing volume confirms that uptrend. An uptrend with decreasing volume is not confirming the uptrend. The volume going down in this uptrend is actually a divergence. Now, I'm not sure how to interpret the fact that we had a move down. We Had a big move down here on lower volume, and then a move up, and on this up move right here we actually had a slight increase in volume, but overall it's a declining volume. Like this is also a good indication of potentially reaching a market top. Nobody asked for a short on gold. Everyone wants to be buying gold. It's almost like everyone has to be buying gold. So yeah, I feel like it's definitely dangerous. Let's see what happened on this top. Yeah, volume profile is not okay. I'm saying volume profile, but it's not really. I'm not really looking at the volume profile tool. I'm just looking at the actual volume. Okay, so here we have an interesting. Back in 2020, we had increasing volume, and then we had decreasing volume right there before we had that move to the downside. Okay, never mind. I don't think the volume analysis is very clear on gold, if I'm going to be honest. And you know what? One of the most difficult things in technical analysis is understanding the relationship between volume and price. Very few people, I would say that there's few experts out there in the world of technical analysis that knows everything when it comes to the relationship between volume and price and how to use it in technical analysis. There's a lot of people out there who think they know, or they can show some nice patterns, but at least for me, it's something that I feel is difficult to see visually, but there's some really good chartists out there who uses volume and price very nicely. And if you can figure out the relationship between volume and price, it's going to tell you quite a lot, because most of the indicators out there, they're based on price. So what you see when you add an indicator to the chart is basically different mathematical calculations of price, but volume adds another layer to technical analysis. Volume is something that is not visible in price, so it's very important that volume should always be a part of your technical toolbox. Okay, people are saying check RSI. Okay, stochastics RSI or regular RSI for gold? Okay, we got AUD CAD. That's the futures. Yeah, I don't know. We'll definitely short this. Looks like a good bearish rejection. Switch over quickly to USD CAD. All right, so we're watching USD CAD here on MetaTrader, and as we can see, it's finding a nice bottom right here on the 15-minute. That's a pretty good break and retest right there. And I'm gonna be holding on to this one. Looks like it's potentially about to break out here. So far, I'm liking the price structure here. Coming up and hitting that resistance right here. And I believe if we can get above this level, then it should be smooth sailing towards the next levels above. Okay, we're talking about RSI on gold. Hey, Victor.
Hello, hello. How are you doing, Jonatan? How is everyone watching us today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Happy to be back with everyone watching us. It's always a pleasure. Let me I somehow hear the music quite loud, or louder than usual. What is the setting? It's now at 10. Okay, yeah, that now it's fine. Yes. What number was it before?
It was 10, but it seems like it's kind of like reset. It's weird. Sometimes it's low, and then for some people it's high. It's like it's resetting when you enter the StreamYard or something.
I noticed that yesterday as well. I didn't hear anything, and someone in the chat said, the music is too loud, or the sound, the background sound was too loud. Hi, Harish. Hi, William. Hi, Vinicius. How Abdullah? How are you guys doing? Thank you for greetings. We had a very nice chat yesterday, as we usually do in the Discord community. Man, everyone who's not part of the Discord community is missing out. These sessions are just golden. We connect with the traders, share experiences, and talk about charts and trading. It's just, I don't want to miss it. I wouldn't want to miss that for anything in the world. Louise, how are you doing, Louise? Marina as well. Rafael, we have the regulars in our chat today, as usual. That's why we call them regulars. I saw you have a position in, I think it was gold. Is that correct?
No, USD CAD.
Oh, USD CAD. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Of course,
I wanted to first ask. So first, Rafael, you can join the Discord by going into the hub, the The5ers hub, and then it's going to be at the lower, the lower left corner. If you have an account or had an account with the The5ers, you have that link when you log in. I wanted to ask. We had some people in the comment talking about RSI. So we have RSI stochastics declining on the 15-minute, but like, well, first of all, it's the stochastics RSI is not declining. RSI is declining, but what is this telling us? Okay, so on the 15-minute, I guess we have a bearish divergence on the 15-minute RSI. But what does this mean? Well, for me, it means absolutely zero. And for Victor, it also means absolutely zero, because we have not, you have to look at so you have to know how often does it happen on gold.
Jonatan, speak for yourself. This is the top. Let's sell this. This is the top, everyone. Let's sell this.
Yeah. But what I mean is, like, you have to look at, okay, so let's look at this. This is a great example. This is a great example. Yeah. We have a bearish divergence on the RSI and price. A downwards trending channel on the stochastic RSI on the 15-minute, and a very good looking uptrend on gold. Okay, and that means nothing. So what we have to do is we have to go back and we have to look at how often does this happen, and when it happens, how does gold react? We need to look at the numbers. We need to look at the statistics. But what does this actually mean? So first, we have to understand, what is the RSI? They call it the relative strength index, and it's looking at a certain candle back, and it's then counting what is the current candle doing in relationship to the previous candle. Is it strong or is it weak? Here we see that in general, the 15-minute candles are weaker in general compared to previous candles. So you have to understand how that works. And then you have EMAs to smoothen this out. And it's calculated in a way where it's printing anything between 0 and 100 as a bound oscillator. So you can look at, for example, this on the 50-minute, this pattern right here. And then you have that up move right here. And then you see RSI goes down. Why is RSI going down in this range? Because these candles are much weaker relative to these candles. That's why the relative strength is going down. But then all of a sudden, you have a big move to the upside, and RSI goes up because this part is much stronger than this part in relationship to that part. But the RSI has no idea about what price is actually doing. It doesn't know about the trend. It doesn't know about the high time frame trend. It doesn't know where price is going. It has no idea. It's only looking at a certain candles and then answering the simple question, how strong or weak is this specific candle compared to previous candles? Is there an edge in there? Maybe. But in an uptrend, RSI is supposed to be strong, okay? A strong RSI in an uptrend means that price is relatively strong. Does that mean that you're going to be selling when it's overbought? Of course not. You don't want to be selling when RSI is overbought, because RSI overbought means that price is strong. So you need confirmation. You need confirmation. You need price. You need RSI to be in the overbought area, and then you need RSI to break down with price. Is gold breaking down here? No, it's an uptrend. Is RSI breaking down? Yes, but there's no confirmation in price. People are using the RSI indicators in the completely wrong way. Statistically, you make more money buying when it's overbought and selling when it's oversold. Okay, why? Because it's a strong momentum move. That's what it's based on. Okay,
it's totally correct. The RSI is not meant as a reversal indicator, and most people want to use it as a reversal indicator, meaning when it's oversold, you want to be selling it. It just one thing, it means that it is getting overheated, but it doesn't tell you that it's going to reverse necessarily, right? It's two different things.
Yeah.
Being overheated means that it probably needs some time to cool off, right? It needs to it's decelerating, but that doesn't mean it's going to change direction necessarily. So as a reversal indicator, it's incomplete. You gotta combine it with other stuff, other indicators or other things to indicate, for example, let's say a reversal chart pattern, right? If you have a reversal chart pattern and you have the RSI telling you it's overbought, and especially if there are divergence, now we're talking. Now we're using it for a more adequate purpose. But as a reversal indicator, it's not a good one at all. You're actually buying something that is overheated. You don't know how much more it has. Maybe it's just pausing, consolidating, and continuing. A lot of the times that's in a trending market, that's what you have. It's not going to change direction because it's overheated or overbought in this case.
I have an interesting comment here as well from Harash, saying that divergences doesn't work in trending markets. No, divergences works very good in trending markets. A divergence is a sign that the trend is losing momentum. It might be a divergence in RSI, it might be a divergence in volume, but a divergence shows that the indicator is moving in the other direction compared to price, and it might show us that the trend is getting weaker, and it might mean that we're going to start consolidating and stuff like that. But divergence absolutely works in a trending market. However, what Harash is saying most likely is that Stochastics can be overbought for a very, very long time. It's not about that. And then we have a comment here saying that I would say RSI plus MACD plus stochastics RSI. Now, the problem with this statement is that RSI, the MACD, and the stochastics is all three oscillating indicators. They're basically going to tell you the same thing with small variations. So if you're building a trading system, you want to keep it simple, and in most cases, you want to stick with one of these. You don't want to have a trading system with three oscillators. I can show an example of that. I can put on the RSI, the stochastics RSI, and the where's the actual? Okay, here, and then we can put on the MACD as well. Now, what all of these three indicators are telling us is basically similar thing. They're going to be oscillating. The MACD is not a, I believe the MACD is a
oscillator.
Yeah, so MACD is a bound oscillator, and the other ones are also bound oscillators, and they're gonna tell us the same thing. So we have a high in price, high in stochastics RSI, high in RSI, and a high in MACD. They're basically telling us the same thing. Here we have a divergence. We have, well, not the divergence, but we have lower highs on RSI, lower highs on stochastics RSI, lower highs on MACD. What's the use case here by using oscillators? We have higher highs, higher highs, higher lows, higher lows. We got higher lows and higher highs. They're showing the same thing. So what I would say is, when building a system, if you want to have an oscillator, test them all and pick one. Because what in my experience, if you have two oscillators, the only thing you're doing is being more selective, but it doesn't necessarily mean better trades.
Yes, it's an extra filter, but you want to have filters that complement each other. Having
Exactly.
having oscillator, different kinds of oscillator, they're not exactly complementing each other. They might just refining it. You're just zooming in, just filtering out a couple of other setups, but not necessarily the ones you want to be filtering out.
Definitely, 100% with you on that. What are we?
Jonatan, the gold is bullish as it has been for so long. Right now, it's not even a surprise anymore. Although I personally, I didn't expect this breakout to happen the way it did.
Me neither.
Did you? This morning, you sent out a text. Right? You were surprised as everyone else. I didn't expect this kind of movement after we already had such a huge, surge in price of gold. To have another impulsive, explosive move. What do you think the market is waiting for in terms of gold? For any change of the direction? What would change the market, do you think, in gold?
Yeah. So what would change is I guess peace in Ukraine, peace in the Middle East, and stability in the US. That would change. That would change a lot for gold, I believe, because I believe gold is moving this way because people are. They're uncertain times. They're fleeing to an asset where they believe it's going to work as a store of value. And I don't think necessarily people are fleeing to gold because it's in a bull market. I think they're fleeing to. I think it's in a bull market because people are fleeing to gold. There's two different things. Either you have a bull market and people think, okay, I have to buy. Man, I am so bad at focus. I got a message. Read it like a millisecond.
I understand what you. I'm gonna say what you're thinking. that it's the fundamentals that's actually making gold move. It's not because of its market structure. People are buying it because of what's happening out there, right? Regardless of how the chart is moving. And obviously, that's, I totally agree with that. There's so much uncertainty. There was already with all kinds of conflicts that can anytime ignite into something much, much bigger and impactful on a world stage. And since Trump came in, with, we have been talking about this almost every day, there's even more uncertainty because, not only we have geopolitical risk militarily and conflicts in terms of conflict, but also in terms of trade, right? The States being the world's biggest economy, having a trade fight with the rest of the world, and especially number 2, China. I mean, how can not that be a big risk and a big factor of a source of uncertainty for everyone, in not only traders and investors, but everyone. This affects, everyone. If you're on the labor market, stores, companies, factories in the States, but also elsewhere. So it's a major thing, and that's why anything that adds to that uncertainty, I believe the safe haven buying that we saw today, if I'm not mistaken, was because of the negotiations with the EU not going that well, or at least not making the progress that they were supposed to have by now, as apparently. Anything that adds or reduce, that's going to have the effect on gold. So if we want to have an idea, of course, I don't trade fundamentals, but having a pulse, right, a finger on the pulse of what's happening out there can give you a little bit of orientation into what we can expect and what is happening right now, and what gold can be doing, right? If go ahead.
Do you think that I mean, let's face it. When we and maybe 100,000 people like us buy gold with our private account, we don't do anything to price. We don't move the price of gold, even if we're like 100,000 people. The money that is moving gold is institutions, banks. It's big money fleeing the uncertain times that we are in right now. And if we think that these institutions look at the RSI or look at price levels on gold, they don't care about that. All they care about is buying gold because of the uncertain times that we are in currently. They don't look at the charts. They don't look at price. They look at fundamentals, and they think that, okay, gold is supposed to be a safe haven asset. It's supposed to be a store of value. And I believe that's why we're moving so strongly to the upside. As traders, we have to differentiate between us as traders and the real money moving into the markets. As traders, we're trading a trend based on price action, but the real money driving price is the institutions, the bank, maybe even nation states, knowing that the uncertain times we are in right now, we need exposure to gold to balance our books, basically, have a more balanced portfolio. So how far can gold go? It's more about the psychology than price action. But the thing is, with price action, if you look at the weekly, what we have here on the weekly is it's a parabolic trend. It's a parabolic trend, and it's basically going. I mean, we can't add a trend line on this. If we add a trend line on this, it's going to be a 90 degrees trend line. It's parabolic. We're moving straight.
Yeah, you do parabolic banana curve, as they say.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, we're going to start going backwards if we continue like this, and we can start adding parabolic trend lines all we want, but it's like at a certain point, it comes to a point where price action is unsustainable, and price action is psychology. So you look at the psychology of things, and people are just saying like, okay, we need to buy gold. And it doesn't matter what the risk is. Now, that is a bubble. I'm not saying we're in a bubble, but when you are in a bubble, you have a distorted view of risk. You're not thinking about how much money you can lose. You're thinking about how much money you can make. And when everyone's thinking about how much money they can make, you're in the bubble.
Hey, absolutely true. I think the thing is, just imagine everyone who is in the stock market, right? We're talking about institution and pensions, big institution, and if they only move an inch into gold, imagine what that can. We're talking about, and the stock market is not exactly attracting investors right now. So, and they need to look for cover. So it's only natural and obvious that gold can and is moving because of these drivers in the market. A parabolic move is yes, we are. You said it can go on forever, but the thing is, a parabolic move is quite difficult very, very difficult to call the top, because everything it does is an exaggeration. So in that exaggeration, it can continue to exaggerate, and it's very difficult to pinpoint where that top is going to be. It's virtually impossible. And actually, if we say a bubble is when the market loses contact with reality, where prices no longer represent something tangible. It's not, you have a disconnect. And in gold, I'm not sure we're there yet, because
we're talking about the deviation from the intrinsic value, right? When the actual when the actual price is much higher than the actual value, then we have an issue,
Exactly.
And I feel like
I'm not sure we're there yet.
No, like gold has a very high value, and it's also very difficult to understand what's the value of gold. Now, the value of gold is in the eye of the beholder, right? So the value of gold is difficult to understand, but the value of a certain stock is much more easier to calculate. You look at, is the money, is the company generating revenue? Is the company healthy? If it's not healthy, it's not worth a lot of money.
There's a good example of it. If just look at the Dutch tulip bubble that happened, is a really good example of how extraordinary prices can go, and something that is not very valuable can actually hold value.
Yeah, definitely.
Like absolutely ridiculous. But there's going to be so many different bubbles. You can make a lot of money in bubbles. Like, people make lots of money in bubbles. Bitcoin.
That's what the bubble. That's why we have bubbles, because few people make a lot of money, and then a lot of people want to make the same amount of money, and the problem is that they want to make that amount of money when someone else has already made the money. So
go ahead.
The NFT,
to make money, you have to sell to someone, right? You have to sell your possession.
Was in a massive bubble. Meme coins. There was, I can't really say crypto was in a bubble, but there was a time in one cycle that the euphoria was so high. Honestly, everybody was. That was type of bubble feeling, when literally.
But look at the housing market. Yeah, well, the housing market in 2008, same thing in America. There was this idea in America that everyone was supposed to have a house. Like it was almost like a human right in America to be a house owner. So they made it so easy to get a house, and was so easy to get a loan, that everyone wanted to get a house. The prices of houses got totally inflated, and everyone could get a house to buy. Everyone could get a loan to buy multiple houses, and then they started gambling with the structure of the loans, and eventually they realized, oh wait, so what happens if people are not going to be able to pay the loan? And they said it's impossible. When it's impossible to have a nationwide credit default crisis in America. They basically said that, and so everyone's like, okay, so there's no risk. There's no risk. Let's take a loan. Let's buy a couple of houses because there's no risk. And that's the nature of a bubble. Same thing most likely with the tulips in wherever that was in the Netherlands, right?
I think as well, it
Yes.
comes from a lot of the issues with all the bonds and the housing market just came from as well. People making a ridiculous amount of money, and because they were making a ridiculous amount of money, people kept on adding and adding and adding and adding and adding to eventually there's nobody else that can, and then everybody defaults because they haven't got any money to pay it all back.
Yeah. I'm gonna
go.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna have to leave you guys, and I'll be back. I'll actually, I want to be back. We're gonna do. Alex, I want you. I want you to talk to Mickey. Can you talk to Mickey?
Yeah, I can talk to Mickey about what.
Can you ask him like the exact details of tomorrow? Because I'm talking to a lot of different people.
Okay.
So when are they coming on? How long are we going to be trading for? When do we end? In like your time.
It's fine, no problem. I think Euro USD is breaking up.
Yes, I was gonna say that too as well.
Which means my USD CAD trade is probably screwed. All right, whatever. Take care, guys.
Take care, Jonathan. See you around. Yes, talking about bubbles and tulips. At the peak of that, which is a textbook example of a bubble, the tulip mania. At its peak, one bulb of tulip was able to buy a house in the best place of the capital of the Netherlands, Amsterdam. Just to give you an idea of how crazy it can get, a bulb of a flower, right, of a plant was able to buy a whole house at the best area of the city. Doesn't make sense. It's just complete irrational. That's exactly what you get at the peak of a bubble. But how irrational it can get, it makes it very, very, since it is irrational, it makes it very difficult to be able to time. The only thing you can do is perhaps, be prepared with your TA, with your technical analysis, and, read price action, because in the end, whatever price does, it will need to break structure. It will need to, break the trend. It will need to show in price.
It's not that easy though, Jake.
No, it isn't. But that's the only thing we have.
Yeah, it's the only thing you have, but it's keeping yourself. You keep that objectivity is so difficult when you have bought something and you're in crazy profits and you think it's going to continue. That's the where it gets so dangerous, because all you can see is up, and that's where when it comes back down, and what it does when it goes parabolic, it just goes higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low all the time, and it just keeps buying up. Eventually, that becomes a lower low or like a lower high, and then you suddenly it's going to keep going up, and you hold till eventually you're back at your original place, and before you even know it. And it's super, super, super difficult to keep the objectivity when something is going parabolic. Not everybody can do it. I've got a friend in the UK. He is really good at doing it. He sees something going parabolic, he closes, he takes profits. Me, I hold thinking it's going to go higher. And I've ran down 4 times cycles on crypto because I've been up ridiculous amounts of money, and then I've been locked in without having trailing stops and all of that stuff, and ridden it all the way back down 4 times.
Oh, but I totally agree. It's the greed gets the best of us, right? Whenever you are in good profits, whenever you are in a winning streak, it's very difficult to be modest, right? Let's face it. We think we are better than the market, that we've found a way to profit all the time, and just wanna as you said. Now it's my moment. Now I get to, capture and extract the profit that belongs to me, so to speak. But I think, right, as a trader, that's our responsibility. That is what we need to do, right? Not lose ourselves in the emotions of the market. And if we are unable to do it by ourselves discretionally, then we need to have some kind of rules which either we trail our positions, or we stop taking profits off the table consistently, rule-based, or at least some kind of a rule that keeps us of having everything and constantly being over leveraged and hoping and needing for price to keep on going up. Right. So the other thing is as well is, how much risk are you going in? Are you pushing it to the limit? Then of course, every time it breaks a little structure, you're pushed with your back against the wall. But if you're not as big in the position, then you can weather some more fluctuation more easily and not be sucked into the emotion of the moment. I remember when gold was parabolic, it was in 2010. I was trading it without really knowing what I was doing, and it was exhilarating. I remember as a student, I went to bed one day, and the other day my account was up like 10,000 euro, in a couple of hours. And it's almost like a drug. It's that excitement is very difficult to compare with anything else in normal daily life. But I think that's not that shouldn't be how a trader handles these moments. Now I'm much more mature as a trader, and I hope, I know, but I'm surely hope that I'm not going to be as much excited when these things happen, because we shouldn't be that exciting, although it excites us, when we think about it, when you think about the profits, but it shouldn't be that impactful, at least not in impacting our trading decisions, because those are not the best moments we take decisions, when we are either very happy or exhilarated about our results, or the opposite, when we're totally very pessimistic about our performance of in the market. Those are not, we need to stay and keep that objectivity, and if we can have it, we can handle it by ourselves with discretionary, as I said, then you got to have some kind of rule that forces you, either an external EA that starts closing positions, or just putting in take profits, right, where automatically, without you doing anything, it will close positions at a certain extension, a certain multiple of R, whatever floats your boat, but something to mitigate that effect on your emotional roller coaster that you're basically in.
100%.
I that was when the on that parabolic move in gold, where gold was going up, week in, week out, almost every week. That was when I got bit by the trading bug, basically. When I saw that I could just be at home and earning without seemingly without doing a lot of effort, I thought, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. Little did I know that it wasn't me, it was the market. It wasn't, I wasn't that good of a trader. It was just the market was going up. You didn't have to do much. You just, every little pullback you buy and you're golden, basically, until you stop doing that. And of course, you realize that it takes much more to trading than just buying, clicking buy, and collect the profits. Yes, size is too small, win rate above 70. Yes, risk management is obviously, we've talked about this. It's one of those pillars in trading. You cannot be profitable or successful long term without having a good grasp of your risk management. There's no way around it. You have, even if you don't think about it, you're already doing things. You are making decisions that affect the risk that you are exposed to in the market. So that's super important. Back then, in that experience that I told you guys, where gold was parabolic, I didn't have a risk management. My account would, fluctuate, 10-20% on a day, easily, and I would just let it fluctuate and not being, reasonable or responsible to it. I remember I pushed an account. I started with, I think it was 1,000 euros, and it, in 11 months it became in its peak, it was close to 35. I think it was 34,000 euros. Not really knowing what I was doing, but just compounding the profits, not having good risk management, and the market eventually teaches us how to
I found a diary of mine from ages ago when I first started trading, and I blew an account. I liquidated an account, and one of the rules that I put there was that I wasn't going to risk my whole account on one trade.
That's
the type of trading that I was doing on my personal account. I was risking, and I had a big loss of like 15 grand.
Wow.
And that was quite early on.
But that sets the tone. Not risking the whole account on one trade anymore. So that was something normal for you.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was normal, but I'm sure that I was I enjoyed the fast numbers and the high numbers, and I'm sure that
you still do, don't you?
I still do, yeah, but I do have a moderate level of risk management now, and I would never ever risk more than. Actually, it depends on a really, 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 really good setup. If it says that it needs to be hit with higher risk, then it needs to be hit with higher risk. But
do you have a max? Do you have a max on your private account that you say this is the absolute max? Even if it's a super duper triple A plus, I cannot go over this max. Do you have a max limit in market and risk exposure?
Well, I've stopped day trading totally on my personal stuff. Now it's just long-term crypto, long-term crypto. And I haven't done the last time that I was day trading crypto, I was on another really good run in Forex, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go and do a little bit of crypto, because crypto is running crazy. And I tell you what, I ranked that leverage up big time, and I got caught with my trousers next to my ankles, man. And I remember I got into a big position shorting Bitcoin, and this was quite recently, like what, 6 months ago or whatever. I can't remember. Victor, you probably remember the time when I was like, those times where I was just nobody could talk to me. I was just literally. I had as well FTM, which I had lots of FTM and loads of things like that. Anyway, so I was selling Bitcoin, and it was quite a big position, and I thought it was gonna spike up. So I removed I was buying Bitcoin. I removed my stop loss because it came down a little bit, and I was like, no, it's only gonna spike down and come back up. It didn't. It kept going. So now I was already under the water, and I was totally frozen. Like I couldn't move. So I ended up going to lying in bed. I was like, just relax, it's okay. I couldn't sleep. I was just staring at my phone. And then suddenly Bitcoin just started running up, and it came back to my entry. And instead of closing it, I still wanted to be right, and I couldn't close the position. Like I physically couldn't click the button. And about 2 minutes after, boom, straight down, liquidated the whole account. So I was like, there comes to a point where it's like, sometimes you get really, really, really attached to your personal profits as well, and your personal account. And sometimes it's best. I've just learnt my lesson not to be playing with crypto futures anymore.
and not risking the whole account on one single trade.
Yeah, well, that was a long time ago. I definitely didn't risk. That was there was just a big, quite big loss. But
yeah, in those moments, it's very, very difficult to be the boss of your feelings and your fear and greed. It's very, very difficult. Anything, whatever way to deal with this is done before, not when you're, deer in
So
headlight.
true.
When
So
you're deer in headlight,
It's too late.
It's too late. You're already deep into it. There's the solution is beforehand having the right mindset, the right risk management, and having some kind of checks and balances that avoids you getting that big of a position, for example, of that big of a risk. So it's done before, preventively. Once you're there, what the natural human reaction once you're one of those positions is to defend it, right? So if you have another if you still have some kind of room in your margin, the first reaction would be to let me average into it, right? Let me get a better price right now. Right, I'm underwater, but if I'm right, this is going to be even bigger because I'm getting at a better price. And averaging in isn't necessarily something bad, but when you're just doing it because you don't want to be wrong, then it's absolutely wrong. That's not the right reason or the right moment to be averaging into anything. It needs to make sense objectively on the charts or whatever ways that you are, your setup is based on, not because you can't handle the loss.
That loss where I risked my whole account, how that happened was it was on ETH, and I was shorting at an all-time high on ETH, and it kept on going. I didn't have a stop loss, and it kept on going. I learned this technique from a trader it was called Trader's Reality or something like this. I was already had a little bit of I had a trading experience already, but there was a guy in this community that was doing like a specific like averaging in, but he was taking some of the profits, and the way that he was explaining it wasn't very well, and I just took it as, okay, I'm averaging in, it goes a bit, and I kept on averaging to where I can't average anymore because I'm fully in the clip, and it's like short and gold right now. When price is in discovery, you don't know how far it is going to go. So why short it? It's like earlier, there was literally a perfect setup that I would normally take it short. And I said, I'm not taking it short because it's just going to wick up and it's just going to continue. What did it do? Wick up and continue. And thank God I didn't take it. So averaging in, unless you take your worst position and find out what's the max risk from my worst position to the stop loss, divide that by how many positions you want to get in. So let's say 5, and then you have 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and then you've got an average position in the middle, and that's how you would do it correctly. But people need to don't listen to everybody on the internet, including us, but just be careful because you can lose a lot of money from doing stuff like that.
Actually, averaging in can be something very powerful because you adapt to the volatility of the market. So the market gives you a better price, you can capture more of that. But averaging in only makes sense when it's part of the plan, where you are beforehand, where your stop is, where the setup invalidates, and you already know beforehand, okay, if it reaches there with my averaging in, right, with different positions, I know exactly how much I'm going to lose, and it needs to fit within the risk management. If you do it that way, averaging in can be very, very powerful because you're not, when you enter in one single position, you're basically deciding this is the moment, this is the level. However, when you're averaging in, you allow yourself to be more flexible, right? You don't have to decide on a single decision where the price is. You have multiple, so you will have an average of what the price in that period has done, allowing you to have a better entry. And better entry is just make it easier for you to be in profit.
Check
The market opened. Yep, the market opened,
Wow, what
gapping
a
down.
drop. What a drop on the S&P. Oh, it was just a gap.
Yeah, opened NASDAQ.
Euro dollar. Let's see what euro dollar. If it's not just going to be a fake out and then come back in and take out the lows. Let's have a look. If that is what your trading system tells you to do, as yes. If that's what your trading system tells you to do. Not everybody has a trading system or techniques that say that. And that's such like generic advice, hold on to your profits and cut your losses. It depends on you, depends on your trading, depends on a lot of things. And it's not right for one of us to say that's the right thing to do, because again, it depends on you. So
yeah, that can only be said about a certain strategy or a certain trader after analyzing the stats, the performance, because in some strategies, holding on to profits is not the right way to go, right? You gotta take them very quickly, and other times, being impatient with your losses. Typically, we want to be impatient with losses, right? Not accepting it very quickly when you're not right. But there are strategies where the market needs to breathe and it needs to go into drawdown. It's part of the system. And if that's the case, then you shouldn't be impatient with your losses. You should know in advance, okay, where does it invalidate? Where is the whole idea to be thrown into the trash can? And know that about your strategy. So we can't say that it depends on your strategy. In general, though, traders, we use as a beginner trader. Typically, you would see that they will be very patient with their losses, and have a lot of hope. And you shouldn't have hope. Hope doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't have a place in trading. You should be based on data, on evidence. If it is doing what you're supposed to be doing, then you're stick to the plan. If it doesn't, if it invalidates the plan, there's no hoping that's going to change the market. It's just price action that's going to tell you, and that's subjective. That's not about who you are, where you are in the market, and things like that.
I'll give you an example as well. I just go for a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, and sometimes I have this little part of me that's like, sometimes I leave a lot of money on the table because I only go to a 1 to 2, and if the market runs quite far, and I miss out on a lot of money. So there's been times, where I'm like, you know what, I'm going to push up my TP, I'm going to let it run, and those are the times it just doesn't happen. So those outliers. You can't have that, just those outliers dictate how you're going to trade on the rest of your system. If you've got a system that says to get out at 1 to 2, and that's what makes you profitable, forget the money that you're leaving on the table. And that's something that's really hard for me, because leaving money on the table is harder for me to deal with than losing a trade. I lose a trade, fine. Sometimes it can be really, really annoying. Sometimes I can feel really drained and really tired and really annoyed, but I get more annoyed by seeing a trade run up further or missing it and all these kind of things. So, but if your system says do this, do that, this is how you make money, then what's the point of changing it up?
Yes, and actually there are ways where you can, if you notice that, let's say that you are in a trade and you take your profit, but price still continues for a long way. And if you notice that happens very frequent, you can actually measure what happens normally after your TP, and look at the frequency, and look at how much you're leaving on the table and how often that happens. If it just happens, as an outlier, maybe it doesn't, it's not worth it going after it. But if it happens very often, there is a case to be made to, expand your TP or leaving something on the table for that run, because you measure it, that, I don't know, like 30% of the times it actually goes to double the TP. Just an example. If that's the case, but you only do that after you have measured it, you have some data that you can rely on, right? Good sample size, and something you have measured on a long period, right? Not something just a couple of days. So there are ways to incorporate it and adapt your system if that's something you've observed, but not because one time it continued to move. That we as humans, we have a selection bias with our memory, our perception. Some things, right, you can have like 10 traits, but there are maybe 1 or 2 traits that you will keep remembering and think about it, days after, because it did something special, right? Like moving, you were in, you stopped, and you missed on a big profit. Let's say it gapped up and you're not anymore in the trade, and you say, how much, look at how much it could have made. But that could be just one incidence in, perhaps it only happens once every 50 trade or 100 trades, and it may not be worth it to expand and lose on. If you extend your TP, what's going to happen with all the other ones that only went to your TP and came back? You're probably going to lose those, right? So you got to measure what it does to your P&L. If you're thinking about expanding your TP, because you saw it once or twice, that sometimes you're getting out and there's still more on the table. I quite early on, I built that idea, that way of thinking, that I'm not here for the whole pie. That's not the idea. That's not the purpose. I'm just here to take my slice. And my slice is defined by my TP. Once I get my TP, that's my slice. That's my trade. Everything that happens afterwards, not mine. Right? And it may be a little hack to think that way, but it helped me to detach and say, well, whatever profit I supposedly left, it wasn't mine. So it makes me feel content that I did what I was supposed to do. I took my slice and I went home. And it helps me a lot by thinking this way. How is gold showing after US Open? Let's see. Let's look at the, I'm going to put my chart.
happened with
I'm not sure.
did it turn your computer off as well?
I was kicked out of the studio.
My computer turned off.
Wow, that's weird, man. I don't know what happened, but
super strange. Wait, we
yes,
got news.
Yes, cat news coming up in let's see how much time, in about 3 minutes. Yes, we don't know what happened, William. But could you guys confirm that you are able to see us and hear us as normal? Because that's what I think we're back to normal. But just just to be sure, let us know if there's any issue with us. Somehow I was kicked out of the studio, and Alex's computer died or was turned out. Yes, okay, that's my restarted. Okay. Now is everything fine? I was yeah, I don't know what happened. It doesn't matter. We're still here. Everything's fine now, Marina says. All right, I was gonna look at gold.
I'm super hesitant about this euro trade. Looks really nice to take it long. I'm just hesitant on it. I don't know why I'm hesitant. Maybe it's because part of me just does not like buying up at these levels. But it's quite interesting why I'm hesitant on it when I can clearly see this is a pretty nice continuation trade. Weird. Don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Have you thought about what is it that you're feeling, or what is it that you're thinking?
Probably because I've had a pretty good day and I don't really want to give anything back.
I see. I think that's a fair reason not to continue trading. If you feel that you are above average, it's a good moment to step back. Because our P&L there also has a fluctuation during the day, right? And there is a mean, right? A reversion to the mean automatically. If you're having an outlier, if you're winning, much more than usual, and you're not too sure, then I think it's a good sign just to sideline this one.
It's normally actually when you've got feelings like that, it's actually to jump straight in, because normally it's those feelings and then suddenly it goes straight to take profit.
Yeah, I can see why you think that. Yes, we have cat news coming out in 1 minute. It's the rate decision. So maybe we should put, yes, I was gonna put the cat on the chart.
I've been waiting for this all day. Just for transparency, I'm not long this anymore. I have cut this trade. But I still want to see the idea play out to see if I was wrong or right. But
it looks very nice, very strong, it looks very promising for a long, of course. And I see how it hovers around those EMAs. After that move up, perfectly rake and retest. It looks awesome. I don't trade that way.
Looks a bit too good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look at a little bit. I don't trade that way, but even I want to take that trade. I would have wanted to take that trade.
Yeah, the fibs also line up perfectly with that take profit.
How many seconds? 5 seconds to the news. So let's see what the market does in 1 second.
Oh, so glad I took that out. Move. No, it's going to spike back up, isn't it?
That's on the, of course, you're looking at on the 1 hour. On the minute, it did a move of 38 pips.
Wow.
Yep. The initial spike was to the downside. So whoever was still in this trade long is hopefully I hope that person is had an adequate stop loss beforehand, and not too close to where price was before the news, because that kind of movement, 38 pips in a fraction of a second, you bet it's gonna slip if you are too close to current price when it gets out easily, and get have your stop loss being executed 10, 20.
No change. Interesting. No change in the rate. Is this going to turn into a week? If it turns into
We'll see.
a wick, that'll be quite interesting to continue this trade idea. It turns into closes above this, it comes back in.
It is in a good place to be able to do that. In terms of order blocks, even quasis, this is a great entry long, to be fair. On the hourly, on the not on the 4 hourly, but on the hourly for sure. Yes, the hourly. So if we can spot after this wick down, this big handle down, some kind of reversal pattern on the lower time frames, with a very little risk, lower than usual because of its high impact news, I would be able to take a long from this area where we're currently in.
Bloody glad that I took my close the trade, huh?
For sure.
See, sometimes when it looks too good, Euro looks like it is pushing now, though. Definitely, it looks like it's now found a little bit more momentum.
There's one message here that makes me happy when we read this kind of messages from William. William saying that he'd return my 10K account from minus 473 to a little loss in the last 2 days by following some good advice I apparently give him. He's probably referring to the risk management method, the fixed fractional risk. Awesome to see that, William. Keep the good work. Keep up the good work. Awesome. It makes me happy when I see those messages, because it's there's no better how do you say that, a better return than seeing other people progress, becoming, improving when by the time we put in the time and effort we put into what we do. Alex, I would like to if that's okay with you, leave today a little bit earlier than usual. We still have about 10 minutes, but I would like to leave early, if that's okay.
I don't know about that, Victor. It depends what the audience say. We can leave earlier. We don't. Yeah, we can end stream. I've got nothing more to say, to be fair.
Oh, we can end earlier. Okay, all right, perfect.
I've got nothing more to say. We've pretty much done everything. So tomorrow, guys, by the way, sorry, I was reading something. Tomorrow we have a stocks versus Forex traders competition, and obviously you know who's going to win, so it's going to be a bit boring. But if you want to come and you want to see the spectacle and you want to get your hands on some really nice high stakes and trade the pool accounts, then be here tomorrow in the afternoon and we will get sorted. So that's it. Thanks, guys.
Yes, we have a great competition, so don't miss out. We have giveaways and it's gonna be fun. I love those competitions all the time. They're so exciting, and I think for the audience as well, very entertaining to see us in a high pressure moment in these competitions. But tune in tomorrow for more trading related fun, to say the least. That's it for today. I'd like to thank everyone, and hope to see. Tell your neighbors, your colleagues to join us tomorrow as well. Hit the like button, subscribe to our
Your
channel.
grandma.
Tell your grandma.
Your grandpa. Tell your dinner lady.
For sure. All right, that's it for us today. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.